And the radio now is for those people. They come, they talk, because in other commercial radios, it is not easy to go to the radio and talk your issues if you cannot pay. But with our community radio, the platform is there. The people come, talk about their issues, they debate. Ordinary people come to the studios, but we also do community outreach, where we go to the communities and broadcast from there so that they can hear their voices, they can have their issues, and then we cause the interface with the leaders. And then we emphasize, of course, human rights and the environment. In summary, that's about the radio. And then, of course, we have active listenership, because we have the listeners groups, which we call listeners clubs. That's about the radio. And what I can recommend is that we need to continue mobilizing. We need to popularize opera education, because it works, as opposed to the formal education which we have that is on improving the individual learning. But here, with opera education, we are looking at social transformation of whole communities, because we learn with a view of developing whole communities as opposed to developing one individual, which is emphasized in the formal education. So we need to mobilize, we need to study collectively, we need to ask the critical questions, and we need to continue sharing and adding on these social groups and connected networks, building synergies both within the South and the North. And this idea you brought is very, very, very good, because now here I'm telling you about our solutions here or our challenges, but I've also heard people from other places. So when we have this kind of mobilization, then it helps us to learn more and also reflect on our approaches.
Thanks a lot.
Very good. 2 minutes. Good use.
Yes.
And what is really fascinating is all the knowledge we have here in this 24-hour group, from social media to radio to. So I'm really thinking also about how we can collect these experiences and exchange and make them accessible as instruments for us to share. So we will come back to you all.
See you soon.
See you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Bye. Okay, so we switch over to New York. To New York. York. Oh, sorry. Right, I should have made my glasses. The right place.
Yes, and and we changed the sphere again. We're back in the university sphere, from the activist sphere back to the university sphere. But that's also what makes this format so particular, that we really mix all these different levels of how we approach social rights, and we would like to welcome Ingrid Haber-Hubraban from the University of York's Department of Politics. And thank you for being with us this morning.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for having me.
We've been talking now for almost 20 hours, let's say, and it's been really very fascinating to see these different facets of how people approach social rights in their own context, and we would love to hear
Your focus.
Your focus on it. Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed the 20 hours. Interesting to hear now the last speaker. I would have, like to, I'll listen back maybe if it's being recorded. So in my work, I work on the academic side, but I think of people's rights for self-determination in the global periphery. So this includes like a country's need to protect its own citizens' social rights, and specifically how the global economic system impedes that possibility for a government. So my work has been on exposing these concerns generally. I did quite a lot of work on dependency theory before, and exposing debt injustices specifically, as well as other constraints, and outlining ways to address these. And then also pointing out links to social rights a lot, because this also involves pointing out how this is really about like a very unjust social or global economic system, not just about us in the global north needing to help people in the global south because they don't have their house in order, but it's actually systemic structural problems that have been created historically. So then, yes, it's about exposing how these rights have been violated throughout history, through slave trade, colonialism, in order to show that this, it's not, these injustices aren't sort of easy fixes. It's not about just giving some aid, it's actually about changing these structures that have been created. So I mostly do research, but also engage a little bit with policy organizations, the justice organizations, in order to address this. And I guess it is particularly, and it's urgent, it's been urgent for decades. This is a really important problem, but it's particularly urgent now with the pandemic, because developing countries really urgently need finance in order to take care of the health of their citizens, and to deal with the economic crisis that has resulted from the pandemic.
Can you connect self-determination and pandemic? I think it's a very important topic.
Yeah, well, so self-determination is about a country's ability to do what it wants to do, right, without constraints imposed by other countries. And in the context of the pandemic, I guess there's two aspects. One is the financial aspect, a country's ability to actually finance the things that are needed that have to do with the economy. So, address all the jobs that are lost and that kind of thing, unemployment. And that has been very difficult for a lot of developing countries, needless to say. And because, I'll come to the health thing afterwards. So a lot of developing countries haven't been able to, determine themselves what they want to do, because the global economic system is such that there isn't, one, organization that can give them that space. We have an imperfect system where the IMF is where it's supposed to work as the lender of last resort, and it has been stepping in and giving resources to developing countries, but attaching certain conditions. So this, goes back to the whole Washington consensus and all of this stuff, the IMF imposing conditionalities, which a lot of scholars and activists thought was, a thing of the past, and because the rhetoric is a bit different now. The way the IMF talks about conditionalities is different. It talks about giving more space to developing countries, but in reality, we've seen that actually it's imposing a lot of the same conditions that it did in the 80s and 90s about spending, austerity, and even like privatizing healthcare, things like that. So self-determination hasn't been respected in this current moment. So that's on the economic side, and also it's in my area in particular, but it's really important in this moment to also talk about how this impacts the health systems of developing countries, or how health systems in developing countries have been shaped also by being a part of, or being exposed to these conditionalities through the 80s and 90s. And these health systems have been funded, are structurally very weak, and at a moment when people are dying and need hospital beds, and quick access to resources, that's an additional constraint, and the economic constraints that are imposed on these developing countries make tackling that health aspect very difficult as well as the economic aspect.
Very interesting, because last hours we shared so much the problems of this moment, and there's such an evidence of the dysfunction of this economic system which we are facing. Since you are working on the dependency theory, it seems almost as we have constructed and accepted an economic system which is based on artificial dependency constructions. So the loan system and so on. So
with
other form of dependency, as we said, in the social contract, what is the input? So externalization and all these formats have been very much described. What, on the level of the scientist who is reflecting on this dependency logic, is your regard to this system?
So I guess, I mean, I think it's right what you said. Yeah, we basically accept it, and we don't question it that much in terms of being most people in the world. Yeah, of course, there's lots of activists that are, working to try to change it, but it's so rigid and institutionalized that that's really difficult. And it's something that looking at dependency theory and a lot of theories that came before dependency theory even. That saw these economic inequalities that were created through colonialism, basically, which is a long time ago, but these structures are really durable. And then the institutions that we have now were created, so in, say, IMF, for example, in 1944, in a way to try to address some of these problems. But from a very Western-centric view. So I guess that's why the IMF and many other institutions has then been created in a way that it doesn't address the inequalities. It actually deepens them and worsens them more than anything. So that's kind of the problem, and it's something that was recognized a very long time ago, and something that also a lot of activists and scholars in the Global South saw and tried to change, like Raul Prebisch from Argentina in the 50s, who created UNCTAD, which is supposed to be a Global South-led UN institution that challenges the IMF and World Bank, but is also consistently undermined by the IMF and World Bank and doesn't have much power at all to change the global system.
But we speak often about the necessity to have a new time zero. Say, after this pandemic, we have to accept a new start. And I think this new start has to be global, not only national. And how can we also stress a little bit this international organization to say, okay, it's like 45, is a new start. And we have to accept to enter new readers.
Yeah, it's a really good.
The old mistake.
It actually would be that the institution that organizes this, if it's not UNCTAD, if it's not other current international organizations, who could be that institution that starts that process?
I guess we need a new institution, right? Because I think this whole narrative around a new start is really interesting. And in the UK, it's all about building back better and all that stuff, which I think is a great opportunity. And so UNCTAD is a great institution, but it doesn't have the legitimacy. It's kind of the problem. It's like always a contradiction, because the institutions that have a lot of legitimacy are the ones that are Western-oriented, Western-centric, and the ones that the Global South ones, the ones that have more just economic decision-making or are more democratic, don't have the legitimacy. So that's really difficult. But one of the calls that UNCTAD had, like the demands in the wake of the pandemic last year, was to set up a new institution to deal with these issues, which I think is probably what would be necessary. And I think because a new start would require designing things from scratch, and that could be done by a UN organization. I guess it could be UNCTAD, or it could be another organization where that's more democratic. But I think the important thing about, if we do try to have a new start, that we don't forget, these historical legacies that have created the problem that we're in. Because if we, forget about it and think that it's a blank slate, then we would, be back where we started, and we wouldn't be able to address the problems that exist and why they exist, and these inequalities.
And since we heard that 60% of the workers are informal, maybe it's not one organization from somewhere, but we have those who are also out of this system. So they are at a kind of point zero. So if we can help to organize them, we already have to develop new formats because it can be a chance. I think we have just to switch and to leave also behind our formats. I'm curious, is a kind of dependency theory also an interdependency theory, or is the interdependence another logic?
I think it is, yeah. I mean, it's all, yeah. So the thing with dependency theory is that it's actually like a million different theories that have been sort of put under the label of dependency theory. But I would say like that body of scholarship, all the different sort of debates within dependency theory, they all look at how developing countries are in a dependent position because of the way that they have been integrated into the global economy. So that's, as you say, it's about interdependence as well, and the connections. It's not just that, you know, say Ecuador needs the US, it's also, or the global periphery needs the global north, the global north also needs the global south for a lot of
Hello?
Is Alan?
Alan, we...
I think you have to switch off your mic. Okay, very good. So back to York. What do you see? Oh no, really.
No. I think UCA is in the same time the examples of what self-determination can be as an egoist position also. Or not?
sorry, what was the question?
This, how we see UK in the moment, also in point of vaccination, of point of is this self-determination can also kick to egoism.
Yeah. Yes, that's a good point. And I think the way that self-determination was used, it's not used as much anymore, but like historically the independent leaders in the post-colonial countries were self-determination for them. It wasn't necessarily about nationalism. It was about challenging the economic system that made it impossible for them to self-determine in a way. So Adam Getachew has this book that came out a couple of years ago that kind of puts all the post-colonial scholars in this context of like self-determination and shows how it's not actually about nationalism and being like self-centered or you know only caring about your own. It's actually about the world making, changing.
I know, but it's important to say.
Yeah, exactly. Because it could go the other way around, and it could become very fascist and problematic.
That's why we speak here in this context. We asked for this would be also a question about this question about emancipatory political action, where self-determination is inscribed. What would you think would be international activity which has to be done to reinforce this and to connect the different struggles in different countries? What structure do we have to?
Yeah, that's a good. What structure?
Will be the last question. Sorry, we are out.
So I mean, I think what you said earlier about when we talked about a new start and how actually there already exists a lot of movements and people in the informal economy, whatever, across the global south. I think is important if we're going to try to create a new structure. It is important to actually draw on the institutions that already exist that are organizing across the global south and north. And there are, I think this moment has brought a lot of organizations and political organizations to the fore. And I know there are some Pan-African initiatives that have sprung up and that are being developed. So I would say that, and the question was about what structure would we need. I think it would need to be a structure that takes sort of existing political movements as a starting point for trying to construct these new structures, rather than like, you know, us sitting here and trying to draw up the ideal situation. So I guess it would have to be like a messy political debate about.
And to change the hierarchy, that's what we also heard from different contexts, that in the economic world, social rights are, human rights are more kind of luxury extra, which is not spoken about. And I think we have to fight to change this hierarchy.
Yeah.
Maybe the dependency policy can take part in this, because we are so much depending on the human factor.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, Ingrid. for your expertise. We are a learning organization, so it's very interesting to listen to like the science, let's say, and its analysis, and yeah, what we have to do, like our work is then to sort of turn this analysis into action. So that's it's great kind of exchange, yes.
It's like you are doing it yourself, exactly. in collective movement. And I think we have to learn from each other, because I think we heard so much expertise today, which are speaking about the reality of tendencies in the field, and how so that we can learn how constructions, which reality constructions are creating.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Good luck with the rest of the 24 hours.
Yeah, and hope to be in touch again.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks. Bye.
Thanks.
Well, we are now switching to Germany, to Constance, and should be connected with Ibrahim Kalalan.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Ibrahim.
Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to see you. I think we speak in English, or do we?
Is it fine to talk in English or in German?
And what do you prefer?
Well, I think it would be easier for me to speak in German, since we have that much time.
Kein Problem.
Das wird auch den ein oder anderen Zuhörer entspannen, den Zuhörerinnen entspannen, weil wir
Nacht sind Spanisch und Englisch gemacht haben.
genau.
Dann umso besser.
Ja, wir würden dann auch gleich einsteigen in die Bitte, dass Sie sich uns mal kurz vorstellen und Ihren Zugang zu der Frage der sozialen Rechte und der internationalen Solidarität. Wie berührt das Ihre Arbeit und Ihre Aktivität?
Ja, vielen Dank zunächst einmal für die Einladung. Übrigens, ich bin hier in Nürnberg und ich arbeite
Okay,
aber auch ein bisschen bedingt oder wegen der Pandemie auch, aber nicht nur deswegen. Ich bin Jurist und arbeite an der Universität. Ich habe lange Zeit in Nürnberg gearbeitet, an der Universität Nürnberg. Ich habe im letzten Semester in Konstanz einen Lehrstuhl vertreten, das heißt, ich war dort beschäftigt. Jetzt bin ich aber wieder in Bielefeld seit ein paar Wochen. Deswegen, grundsätzlich bin ich in Nürnberg, aber ich arbeite an unterschiedlichen Orten. Und wie bereits gesagt, ich befinde mich in einem akademischen Feld und über meinen akademischen Feld habe ich den Zugang zu sozialen Rechten, sozialen Menschenrechten, aber auch zu den globalen sozialen Rechten. Und ich habe mich in den letzten Jahren insbesondere mit den sozialen Rechten von geflüchteten Menschen auseinandergesetzt, aber auch mit sozialen Rechten von Unionsbürgerinnen, insbesondere von Unionsbürgerinnen, die einen sogenannten unsicheren Aufenthaltsstatus haben, mit dem Recht auf Nahrung, und zwar global auseinandergesetzt, inwieweit das Recht auf Nahrung gerichtlich durchgesetzt werden kann. Und in dem Kontext habe ich mich tatsächlich auch mit unterschiedlichen Rechtsordnungen weltweit, teilweise natürlich, auseinandergesetzt. Und deswegen kenne ich einerseits sowohl, was das Recht auf Nahrung angeht, die globale Dimension, einmal, dass wir das Recht an sich oder dieses Recht kodifiziert haben, und zwar in zahlreichen unterschiedlichen Texten, aber das Problem haben, dieses Recht tatsächlich gerichtlich durchzusetzen. Und da ergibt sich natürlich unterschiedliche Probleme aus der juristischen Perspektive, inwieweit klar ist, was überhaupt ein Recht auf Nahrung beinhaltet und so weiter. Wir hatten unterschiedliche Gerichtsentscheidungen in dem afrikanischen Kontext beispielsweise, in dem tatsächlich bemessen werden sollte, wie viel Wasser eine Familie pro Tag braucht. Und auf der anderen Seite, wenn es um Menschenrechte bzw. soziale Rechte von geflüchteten Menschen geht, sind dann ganz andere Dimensionen betroffen. Wir haben in Deutschland lange Zeit ein Recht auf Existenzminimum gehabt, was deutlich unter dem Niveau lag, was wir für die Menschen, die hier entweder staatsangehörig sind, aber dauerhaften Aufenthaltsstatus haben, das Recht für Geflüchtete oder der Umfang war deutlich niedriger. Nach einer Entscheidung vom Bundesverfassungsgericht wurde es gehoben, aber dann wieder durch die Legislative immer wieder Einschränkungen vorgenommen. Insgesamt haben wir dort unterschiedliche Aspekte, die sehr problematisch sind, beispielsweise das Recht auf Zugang zu Wohnungen, das Recht auf medizinische Versorgung, und hier insbesondere in der gegenwärtigen Zeit haben wir enorme Probleme, insbesondere wenn wir sehen, wie diese Menschen untergebracht sind, in welchen engen Räumen, unter welchen Verhältnissen sie leben müssen. Das heißt nicht nur, was ihre allgemeine Bewegungsfreiheit angeht, wie sie sich zu Hause verhalten wollen, ihre Privatsphäre und so, auf der anderen Seite aber auch, dass sie tatsächlich pandemiebedingt auf sehr engem Raum leben und deswegen auch einer größeren Gefahr ausgesetzt sind. Und das sind Aspekte, die für meine akademische Arbeit eine Rolle spielen, und ich versuche mit dem Recht, was wir gegenwärtig haben, versuchen tatsächlich diese Menschen zu unterstützen oder einen Beitrag dazu zu leisten, dass sie einigermaßen gleich angemessen Menschenwürde gerecht behandelt werden.
Ja, das ist sehr wichtig als Thematik, die wir auch schon berührt haben, die Frage auf das Verhältnis von internationalem, nationalem und lokalem Recht. Wie kann sozusagen der Schutz der individuellen Rechte gewährleistet werden, der individuellen kollektiven Rechte. Wie sehen Sie denn, dass sozusagen die Menschen gerade, die Sie sich beschäftigen, denen ja auch das Handlungsrecht quasi mit abgesprochen wird, weil ihr Raum eingeschränkt wird, der Zugang zur Arbeit, der Zugang zu Ressourcen beschränkt wird. Wie sehen Sie da die Möglichkeit, sie anzudocken an emanzipatorische Praktiken? Welche könnten diese sein?
Ja, vielen Dank. Einen wichtigen Aspekt haben Sie übrigens auch erwähnt, den ich vergessen habe, tatsächlich Zugang zu Arbeit, weil Geflüchtete, die zumindest keinen sicheren Aufenthaltsstatus haben, auch tatsächlich in der Hinsicht enormen Einschränkungen unterliegen. Und tatsächlich, wie Sie gesagt haben, haben wir auf unterschiedlichen Ebenen normative Vorgaben, und gegenwärtig können wir nicht allein mit dem, was wir im nationalen Recht finden, arbeiten, sondern wir müssen auch international uns die Rechtsnormen anschauen, aber auch im Kontext der EU die sogenannte supranationale Ebene. Und wenn wir uns das alles anschauen und dann auf der anderen die Bewegungen, die von unten kommen, auch von Beteiligten selbst, aber auch durch andere Organisationen, die unterstützt werden, meine ich, kann hier ein emanzipatorischer Ansatz nur gelingen, wenn wir tatsächlich alle zusammenarbeiten. Warum sage ich das? Der Hintergrund ist, ich bin als Geflüchteter nach Deutschland gekommen, war selbst jahrelang unter diesen Restriktionen, habe gelebt und habe auch tatsächlich politische Kämpfe geführt, von unten aus mit den entsprechenden Organisationen kommuniziert, gearbeitet, aber auch auf der anderen Seite gesehen, wie wichtig es sein kann, den Zugang zu Gerichten zu haben, aber auch Unterstützung aus der Wissenschaft. Und jetzt habe ich die Rolle ein bisschen getauscht und deswegen weiß ich, dass es sehr wichtig ist, diese unterschiedlichen Ebenen zusammenzubringen und sie dazu zu bringen, dass die gemeinsam arbeiten. Weil letztendlich es bringt den Betroffenen wenig, wenn sie zwar die tatsächlichen Verhältnisse kennen, die gravierend sind, die tatsächlich oft sehr problematisch auch in Bezug auf Menschenwürde und andere Grund- und Menschenrechte sind. Aber wenn sie die Möglichkeit nicht haben, keinen Zugang zu Gerichten haben oder wenn sie zwar Zugang zu Gerichten haben, das entsprechende Wissen fehlt und sie dann tatsächlich ihre Rechte in einem emanzipatorischen Weg nicht durchsetzen können. Wenn wir aber sie alle zusammenbringen, und ich arbeite oder ich habe auch Projekte, in denen wir im Rahmen von strategischem Schreiben und strategische Prozessführung zusammenarbeiten, das heißt, wir produzieren Wissen, was wichtig ist, oder stellen Wissen zur Verfügung für Anwälte, für Organisationen, die das unterstützen. Aber auf der anderen Seite brauchen wir auch Betroffene. Das heißt, wenn keine Klägerinnen da sind, bringt unser Wissen, bringt das, was wir im akademischen Welt produzieren, nichts. Auf der anderen Seite können wir, meine ich, eine emanzipatorische akademische Arbeit auch nicht weiterführend sein, wenn wir in unseren Büroräumen weit weg von der Realität der Menschen sind und dann irgendetwas Theoretisches, aber auch Rechtliches schreiben, was den Menschen letztendlich nicht viel bringt. Und wenn wir sowohl emanzipatorische politische Kämpfe führen wollen, aber auch emanzipatorische akademische Arbeit leisten wollen, die jetzt zusammengehören, müssen wir tatsächlich alles zusammenarbeiten. Und ich denke, es kann nur so gelingen, dass wir das Recht als ein Mittel für
Wo sehen Sie denn da die Ansätze, diese internationale Zusammenarbeit zu befördern und welche, wir haben immer wieder über Instanzen gesprochen, bräuchte es und welche Instanzen, die existieren, können wir nutzen oder reformieren, sodass sie uns verwirren?
Ja, das ist ein schwieriger Aspekt, weil auf der globalen Ebene geht es natürlich um unterschiedliche Akteure, die teilweise auch weg voneinander sind. Und es ist schwierig, sie zusammenzubringen. Und manchmal verlieren wir uns auch in unseren alltäglichen Kämpfen, weil wir nur unsere Perspektive, unsere eigene Perspektive haben und nicht erkennen, dass letztendlich das globale politische oder Rechtssystem letztendlich zu diesen Marginalisierungen, zu diesen Unterdrückungen, zu diesen Ungerechtigkeiten führen. Die Instrumente oder die Institutionen, die wir jetzt aus der juristischen Perspektive betrachtet weltweit haben, sei es regional oder auch universell bzw. global, sind natürlich auch aufgrund von bestimmten politischen Annahmen entstanden, sodass sie tatsächlich nur entsprechend dieser politischen Annahmen oder politischer Programme Rechte gewährleisten wollen. Das heißt, wenn wir tatsächlich über eine grundlegende Reform nachdenken müssen, müssen wir tatsächlich über die Fundamente des gegenwärtigen Systems auch nachdenken. Das ist ein Teil des ganzen Prozesses. Auf der anderen Seite müssen wir aber mit den vorhandenen Instrumenten, vorhandenen Institutionen arbeiten. Und deswegen ist es wichtig, dass wir auch hier unterschiedliche Perspektiven immer haben und versuchen dann, die unterschiedlichen Akteure zusammenzubringen. Beispielsweise, wenn es um Zugang zum Asylverfahren geht, die Menschen betroffen sind, die aus den anderen Teilen der Welt nach Europa kommen wollen, aber daran verhindert werden. Und da müssen tatsächlich unterschiedliche nationale, internationale Akteure zusammenwirken, um diese Fälle zu bearbeiten und zum Beispiel zum EGR zu bringen oder zum OEGH, das heißt dem Europäischen Gerichtshof für Menschenrechte, zu bringen. Und da müssen die Akteure zusammenarbeiten, weil letztendlich, und das sehe ich als einen zentralen Aspekt, es gibt unterschiedliche Betroffenheiten, das dürfen wir nicht vergessen. Es gibt Menschen, die Und deswegen müssen wir entsprechend agieren und versuchen, unser Wissen, unsere Erfahrungen zusammenzubringen, um einerseits tatsächlich immer auch auf den Einzelfall achten, weil der Einzelfall sehr wichtig ist, für die Betroffenen vor allem, aber auch immer in einem größeren Kontext, sowohl über das Rechtssystem, aber auch über das ökonomische System, was ja die Grundlage für das Rechtssystem, für das politische System darstellt, sprechen und dem Kontext dann entsprechend versuchen, die Institutionen einerseits zu transformieren, aber andererseits oder auf der anderen Seite tatsächlich versuchen, eine grundlegende Veränderung herbeizuführen.
Wir haben so viel über die Bewegung der Kraft der Trade Unions als eine demokratische Format der Gewerkschaft, als ein demokratisches Format von Organisationen lokal, international besprochen. Und auch darüber diskutiert, dass der Begriff von Arbeit eigentlich anders zu definieren ist, als er im Moment angewandt wird, weil er eben viele Aktivitäten oder gesellschaftliche Beiträge ausschließen. Wenn wir sehen, wie hoher Teil der Menschen sich unfreiwillig in Migrationsprozesse hineinbewegen muss, aufgrund verschiedenster ökonomischer, politischer Krisensituationen, ist es eine große Kommunität, die in diesen unsicheren Statusverhältnissen benannt haben, existieren wird, aber es ist auch eine Kraft von Menschen, die einen Beitrag zu einer Weltgesellschaft leisten kann. Denn sie sind da, die Körper sind da, die Menschen sind da und sie werden gehindert auch an diesem Beitrag zur Gesellschaft. Wäre es denn denkbar, dass man die Bewegung und den Einsatz der Rechte dieser Menschen mit dem Einsatz der Menschen, die in informellen Arbeitsverhältnissen sind, zusammenbringt, weil wir damit eigentlich einen so hohen Teil an Bevölkerung, Weltbevölkerung, verbinden können. Sehen Sie und kennen Sie Ansätze dieser Art?
Sie haben einen sehr wichtigen Aspekt gesprochen. Ich bin aber, auch wenn ich mich in der Wissenschaftswelt befinde, meine ich, da ich die Praxis kenne, es ist sehr wünschenswert, aber ich bin etwas skeptisch. Der Hintergrund meiner Skeptizismus ist, dass die unterschiedlichen Konzepte, insbesondere Nationalstaat, Nationalstaatlichkeit, Nationalismus, dazu führt, dass wir die Arbeit, dass wir die Unterdrückten, dass wir diejenigen, die eigentlich die Welt ernähren, für den Wohlstand der wenigen Menschen oder Reichtum der ganz wenigen jeden Tag produzieren, diese aber durch unterschiedliche Ansätze, Aspekte, Konzepte getrennt werden. Und Sie haben Gewerkschaften angesprochen. Ich meine, Gewerkschaften haben nicht immer, zumindest in dem deutschen Kontext, eine beispielhafte Rolle gespielt, als es um Migrantinnen ging, deren Zugang oder Bewegungsfreiheit weltweit und zu sagen, ich möchte dort oder irgendwo arbeiten, wo ich denke, das ist für mich besser, für meine Familie besser. Oder Menschen, die überhaupt keinen legalen Status hatten, aber trotzdem arbeiten müssen. Und der Einsatz für Gewerkschaften oder für diese Gruppen, meine ich, war nicht immer beispielhaft und nicht fördern, nicht unterstützen, weil sie auch in einem Nationalismus gedacht haben und entsprechend, anstatt diese Kämpfe oder das, was sie beschrieben haben, zusammenzubringen, wurde immer getrennt oder geteilt und entsprechend die Kräfte, die Kämpfe auch, wurde nicht zusammengeführt. Und deswegen bin ich skeptisch an sich, das, was Sie gesagt haben, den Ansatz finde ich richtig. Und das sagt uns auch die Geschichte. Letztendlich, wenn wir etwas verändern wollen, müssen wir über die nationalen Grenzen hinwegsehen, hinausgehen und gemeinsame Kämpfe führen, weil nationale Grenzen, Nationalismus ist ein sehr neues Konzept. Aber weil wir auch sehr intensiv mit unseren alltäglichen Sorgen leben, weil auch die Politiker entsprechend immer wieder entsprechende Argumente bringen, dass es ja nicht gehen würde, wenn wir alle beispielsweise Menschen, die aus anderen Teilen der Welt nach Europa kommen, nicht zulassen würden oder wenn sie auch hier arbeiten könnten und so weiter. Inwieweit es tatsächlich so ist, bezweifle ich sehr. Um ein Beispiel zu nennen. Aus einigen lateinamerikanischen Staaten können Menschen nach Europa kommen, ohne dass sie ein Visum brauchen. Und ich habe nicht den Eindruck, dass wir überall Menschen aus Latein- oder Südamerika haben. Sie kommen nicht her, weil sie doch ganz anderen Zugang zu Leben, zu den Umständen haben oder Vorstellungen über das Leben. Selten kommt es vor, dass jemand ganz woanders hingehen will, wo kaum Netzwerke da sind, unterschiedliche Sprache da ist und so weiter. Das heißt, die Menschen bewegen sich. Migration ist etwas Natürliches, aber es ist nicht so, dass wir dadurch dann überflutet werden und Wellen von Flüchtlingen oder Migranten kommen würden. Und deswegen wünsche ich mir das, was Sie gesagt haben, dass die Gewerkschaften, insbesondere meine ich im globalen Norden, tatsächlich diese Kämpfe doch stärker betonen und dass wir tatsächlich diese Kräfte bündeln können. Das würde ich mir wünschen, aber wie gesagt, meine Erfahrung war eher, dass es nicht der Fall war.
Aber die Zerstörung der Internationalität der Kämpfe ist natürlich schon auch etwas, wo aus den 90er Jahren, aber vielleicht auch in einer gewissen Art direkt durch die Linken passiert ist. Also,
den letzten Teil habe ich leider akustisch nicht verstanden.
Direkt von Linken auch geschehen ist.
Okay, gut, das mag sein, ja. Also ich habe auch in der Hinsicht, bin ich etwas kritisch. Auch die Linke muss sich mal immer fragen, ob das, was sie macht, richtig ist.
Ich würde noch vielleicht nochmal zum Beginn des Gesprächs zurückgehen. Da haben Sie gesagt, dass Sie dazu gearbeitet haben, wie das Recht auf Nahrung auch gerichtlich durchgesetzt werden kann. Und das gilt natürlich auch für das Recht auf Bewegungsfreiheit oder Ähnliches. Also ich bin keine Juristin, ich bin Politik- und Friedenswissenschaftlerin, aber in meinem Studium vor langer Zeit haben wir uns auch mit dieser Fragestellung mal beschäftigt und da hatten wir diese verrückte Idee, man muss 1 Million hungernde Menschen zusammenkriegen, die gemeinsam vor dem Internationalen Rechtsgerichtshof klagen. Und das könnte man natürlich auch sagen für 1 Million Geflüchtete oder so weiter. Also ich glaube halt, dass Nahrung oder Bewegungsfreiheit sind ja keine Probleme, die man national oder so rechtlich lösen kann. Was halten Sie von dieser Idee? 1 Million Menschen zusammenzubringen. Also jetzt wird es ja teilweise auch schon im Klimabereich gemacht, also dass immer mehr Menschen sich zusammentun und gegen große Konzerne, die Umweltzerstörung verursacht haben, klagen. Also was halten Sie von so einer Art von Ansatz?
Ja, die Idee an sich ist ganz gut, diese kollektive Herangehensweise oder kollektive Zugang zu Gerichten und kollektive Möglichkeit oder Versuch der kollektiven Durchsetzung. Beim Recht auf Nahrung oder bei sozialen Menschenrechten ist es etwas problematisch, weil wir keinen Weltgerichtshof haben. Und das habe ich auch diskutiert in meiner Arbeit, inwieweit es von Bedeutung sein kann, wichtig sein kann. Das haben wir leider momentan nicht und deswegen ist es schwierig, eine Instanz haben, vor der wir tatsächlich vor allem die Betroffenen bringen können. In Europa beispielsweise, als es um Klimaproblematik ging, haben wir EGMR, aber das sind Betroffene, die in Europa sind, das heißt, die sind unter Hoheitsgewalt der Mitgliedstaaten, die können klagen. Wenn wir aber Menschen haben, die tatsächlich außerhalb von Europa leben und entsprechend Recht auf Nahrung bei ihnen nicht gewährleistet wird, sie werden vor allem national oder in den regionalen Kontexten Zugang zu Gerichtshöfen haben können. Und deswegen ist diese Idee, das muss man versuchen, eher regional anzuprobieren. Und dann, was der andere Aspekt ist, tatsächlich, wenn die Zerstörung der Verhinderung des Zugangs von dem globalen Nord ausgeht, das heißt, die Akteure hier sind und die Menschen im globalen Süden versuchen, hier vorzugehen, aber auch da haben wir rechtliche Probleme, weil tatsächlich die meisten Staaten meinen, das geht sie so rechtlich nicht an, das ist nicht deren Sache, das ist Sache der Nationalstaaten und dort müsste entsprechend geklagt werden. An sich ist die Idee Idee gut, aber rechtlich wird es wohl in den meisten Fällen scheitern.
Dann nehmen wir sozusagen Ihren Appell für die Kreation eines Weltgerichtshofes ernst. Und das weiß ich schon, dass es im Rechtssystem die Utopie vielleicht einen anderen Status hat, aber was nicht geträumt ist, hat keine Chance, Wirklichkeit zu werden. Und da vielleicht nur ein kurzer Hinweis, wie denn ein solcher Weltgerichtshof eventuell, wenn wir träumen dürften, auszusehen hätte.
Ach, ich glaube, das ist überhaupt jetzt nicht etwas, was Utopisches ist. Wir kennen ja das im Strafrecht, im internationalen Strafrecht. Natürlich müssen auch hier politische, juristische Kämpfe geführt werden, aber wir könnten so etwas haben. Wir könnten vielleicht auch mit den Mitteln des internationalen Strafgerichtshofs operieren, wenn es um gravierende Menschenrechtsverletzungen geht, gravierende Probleme beim Zugang zu Nahrung. Und dann könnte man etwas haben. Aber wichtig wäre tatsächlich, einen Ansatz zu haben, in dem doch auch immer wieder bedacht wird, wie realistisch die Umsetzung ist. Und entsprechend ganz wichtig, dass die Menschen Zugang haben. Ohne dass die Betroffenen Zugang haben können, wird uns auch ein Weltgerichtshof nicht viel bringen.
Vielen Dank. Für mich ist das ein wunderbares Schlusswort, das auch sehr viel zusammenbindet von diesem, von einem akademischen Diskurs zu den so wichtigen, essentiellen Stimmen der 20 Stunden gehört haben, die im Terrain arbeiten und die sozusagen jeden Tag an der Schaffung von anderen Rechten arbeiten, indem sie ihren aktivistischen Kampf betreiben. Und sie schaffen Realitäten, auch wenn es noch keine, oft nicht international sichtbare sind. So schaffen sie doch alternative Rechtssysteme mit einer Realität des Entreels, der Solidarität. In dem Sinne wiederholen Sie gerne ein und danken sehr für diese.
Ich finde auch Ihre Vita ist da ja auch das beste Beispiel.
Absolut, ja, das sind die Hoffnungen, denn das war auch etwas, wir müssen sozusagen die Probleme, aber auch die Hoffnungen teilen. Und ich glaube, dass das hilft. Und ich hoffe, dass Sie im Gesamtkontext, wir haben uns alle gesagt, das Treffen, was wir heute machen, ist auch ein Austausch von Wissen und von Möglichkeiten und von Formaten. Und da sind Sie sicher auch ein Experte, der kontaktiert werden kann.
Sehr gerne.
Vielen Dank.
Ja, vielen Dank für die Teilnahme.
Ich danke für die Einladung.
Sehr schön.
Und bis hoffentlich bald.
Ja, sehr gut. Jetzt ahne ich, dass wir nochmal den künstlerischen Beitrag sehen, den die Studenten der Head der Universität Kunst und Design hier in Genf gemacht haben, in dem sie sich mit der Thematik über 24 Stunden auseinandergesetzt haben und versucht haben, was denn diese Reflexionen als künstlerische Repräsentation im öffentlichen Raum bewirken können. Und ich glaube, Claudia
arbeitet am Video.
teilt
Travailler sur les vidéos.
Claudia?
Oui, j'arrive, j'ai compris. J'ai cru comprendre. Je lance les vidéos des étudiants.
Salut Claudia, voilà, on balance vers Paris pour voir les vidéos qui sont faites à venir. Et si vous pouvez couper notre micro, c'est super. Ah oui, vous pouvez couper notre micro, parce que notre technicien, voilà.
Je te crois. Laver son linge sale en public. Il n'est pas conseillé de le faire. Il est même mal perçu d'agir ainsi. Les problèmes ne doivent pas être exposés. Ils doivent rester intimes, conservés au sein du foyer. Foyer dans lequel, bien souvent, les problèmes naissent. Il faut cloisonner la parole, ne pas rendre publique la violence, la souffrance, les abus. L'expression « laver son linge sale en public » empêche la société de savoir. Elle encourage à fermer les yeux sur les expériences des individus et isole les victimes. Je ne détourne pas le regard. La prise en charge des victimes est une base pour aller de l'avant. Comment condamner les violences si on ne veut pas les voir? Comment mettre en place une prise de conscience globale si la société n'accepte pas ce linge sale? Je prends conscience. Je prends conscience qu'en Suisse, une femme tous les mois meurt sous les coups de son conjoint. Qu'en France, on compte un viol tous les 40 minutes. Et ce, pour prendre les exemples aux plus proches de nous. Je prends conscience que partout autour de nous, les agresseurs ne sont pas jugés comme tels, que les violences sont banalisées. Je ne cherche pas des excuses. Et si nous cessions d'entasser ce linge sale, si nous décidions de le laver aux yeux de tous, si nous questionnions, nous écoutions, nous créions des liens entre la sphère privée et la société, si nous arrêtions de rendre tabous les violences, les coups, la haine, le viol et la mort, si nous ouvrions la porte au dialogue et aux émotions qui en découlent, alors qu'est-ce qui se passerait? Est-ce qu'avec le temps, on serait enfin encouragé à laver son linge, non plus à le barricader sous le silence? Est-ce qu'avec le temps, la justice serait donnée? Je me joins à toi, que j'ai subi des violences ou non, que je te ressemble ou non, que je te connaisse ou bien non, je veux le faire, car peut-être que parler peut mener à guérir, que peut-être parler crée des échos, des résonances dans la vie d'autrui. Peut-être qu'ensemble, on pourra briser les tabous. Je t'accompagne. Étends ton linge si tu en ressens le besoin. Parle, déploie et révèle. Tout n'est pas défini et définitif. Soutiens, entoure et encourage. Le linge sale est propre à chacun, mais le linge sale ne doit plus vivre dans le noir.
Voici quelques vidéos. Nous avons notre prochain intervenant qui vient d'arriver. Alors, on ne vous entend pas à Genève. Il faudrait que vous acceptiez de réactiver votre micro. Je ne peux pas le faire pour vous.
Ça marche? On nous entend?
Ça marche, c'est parfait.
Super.
Merci.
Puisque vous nous entendez, peut-être qu'on pourrait mettre sur City toutes ces vidéos pour qu'elles soient toujours accessibles et toujours visibles.
Super, on pourrait faire ça. De toute façon, nous avons...
Tu peux faire ça après la sieste.
Non, ça va, on est debout, on tient bon. Tout va bien.
D'accord.
Super.
Ok.
Donc, est-ce que je suis dans la bonne voie si j'appelle à Vichy? Non, à Berlin.
Ah, ok.
Allô?
Alors?
Non, ce n'est pas Abba.
Non, c'est AC, hein? AC.
Vous n'avez pas votre micro.
Bonjour. I speak just English. I can't speak French.
No, very good. Sorry. Sometimes we don't feel anymore in which language we are here. Even better in English because
are in where you are? Berlin. We can speak.
Neukölln, exactly. We are speaking a lot of languages, but French is not the.
No problem.
Yeah.
But you don't have your screen, your video, and you make
You
your.
want that I make my video on my camera?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. I didn't know. No. Bonjour. Hope you are all good.
Yeah, thank you very much. We are happy that you joined our discussion today, and it would be wonderful if you could present yourself and pointing out which is your relation to the question of social rights and international solidarity.
Yeah, thank you first of all for inviting me and to be one of these important panelists. It's an honor, and I first of all would just also clarify some few things that I'm in a way very honored to be invited, but please don't understand me wrong. I don't know what this discussion now would change in the life of this what I want to discuss, but this is maybe kind of a homework or something that the people could also just write or whatever. But I just would like to start. I'm Hamza Bitucci, and I'm born in ex-Yugoslavia or previous Yugoslavia. I live and I work in Berlin as an activist, as an artist and social worker. I'm chairman of the organization Roma Trial. This is a Roma organization which is active in the field of youth and education. We implement a 5-year program against, I say this word, I know there are some people who don't want this word because gypsy and something like this is, but this is another, so it's against anti-gypsism. So that means it's education and empowering young Romani people as peer trainers against anti-gypsism or anti-gypsism in the field of art and culture. Currently, we are organizing the second Roma Biennial. We Are Here is the title, which started on the 8th of April of the occasion of the 50-year jubilee of the first Romani World Congress on Roma Day. So the 8th of April is the International Roma Day, and the biennial presents 50 Romani and BPOC artists from all over the world. And due to the pandemic, it used the whole city of Berlin as a public exhibition space, and supplemented by the intervention in urban space and online exhibitions that you can join on the biennial Roma Biennial page. And this year we will also organize the 5th edition of the Festival of Romani Film, Akadikea, which presents authentic and self-determined voice from Roma in film annually since 2017. But we also work on the field of politics. In Berlin, we managed to implement a Council for Sinti and Roma, which will come to life next year, hopefully, and in which Romani activists will support the Berlin government to improve the situation of Romani people. And now I'm going to the question, what is the situation of Roma in Berlin, for example, or Romani people in Germany regarding the social rights? So it's important to mention that there are many different groups and communities in Germany, and that their situation is very different. Of course, there are many Roma who live a usual invisible life. They work, study, have their own lives and career. In most cases, those people are not recognized as Roma from the dominant society, even though they are often still stigmatized as people with migrant background, or how we call them here, and still have to fight against discrimination in different fields of life. So this is not only, it doesn't belong just to the Roma people. So I can continue with my input now. I would like to keep it in mind that I only focus on case of injustice and social rights violence. I don't want to make the impression that all Roma people live on the outskirts of the society. So that means regarding to the fulfillment of social rights, there are two groups of Romani people who are strongly discriminated against. So former and current refugees from the Balkan countries and Eastern Europe. There are Romani families who live in Germany for more than 20 or 30 years. They are born and they are growing up here, but they are still not having a right to stay. They are being deported. Their children are born here, how I say it, in Germany or in Europe. And this thing, this deportation to Serbia, Kosovo, Bosnia, it's not just a trauma. So where they often land in homeless on the street since they are being deported without any means and can't really on any network. So that means there is personal or structural support from the country. There is nothing. In some cases, international NGOs and some German or European support programs for so-called returnees, but in our experience, these are just temporary and not sufficient at all. It's a human tragedy, of course, to deport Romani people from Germany, especially in Kosovo, from where 200,000 Roma were forced to flee in 1999 in the course of the Kosovo War. The Albanian soldiers, UÇK, but also civic populations, the neighbors mostly, overtook all the property and houses of Roma, often forcing them by violence to leave their houses. Even in our case, after many families left Kosovo, the neighbors took everything from our house, so burn it, and in the end they built their own house on our property. This really happened with the house of my parents. So it was very, very weird because we was very young if we flew from the Kosovo to Germany, and if we hear how the neighbors came in our house, took everything, then they not even they took the window, the door and the roof and everything, they burned it, and then they destroyed the place, and then they built a house on our place. And now, after 20 years, my parents are still trying with the lawyers and in judge, but there is nothing like a really official court or something that really would support. This house is there till today without any reparation to my parents. So this is not a single case. This is rather a rule. So how are Romani people supported to start a new life there after they have been deported from Kosovo? Often, and we don't have to forget that Germany, especially, with Green Foreign Minister Joschka Fischer, I mean, after the Second World War, it was Germany who started active war, and it was against the law. So it was against international law, but they did it. So often, especially in Kosovo, there are lists from the Albanian fascists with Roma who are called as enemies. So Romani NGOs now about that and warn also against deportation of these people. This was the case of, for example, Gianni Rama, who fled from Germany, from Kosovo, repeatedly, and who was deported again and again and again. And even if he started that his life is danger in Kosovo, in 2019 he was beaten to death on the streets in Kosovo. And this is, I mean, that he was killed is one shock. But the real shock is that nothing happens. The officials, the government, nothing, really nothing happens. Even the Romani NGOs was afraid to say something. This is something what makes me really not only sad, it makes me just shocked because a lot of them also say, yeah, Hamza, but look, you're living in Berlin, you live in the diaspora, you are allowed to say everything, but we are still here. We are not allowed to see even one word, even if they kill our parents or our children, or if we have to flee again. But now, from the UCK, they transform them to the official army. This is also something that we are not allowed to forget. So they are the official army now. So who are the people who can say something? I don't know. But now, in the other case, for example, inhuman treatment of Roma are social refugees from Moldavia to Germany, for example. These people came because they are despair from medical treatment. Often it's people with cancer or women who came who want to give a safe birth to their children. Especially Berlin has a very hard deportation politics. If you can imagine, Berlin is a social green left government, and Berlin had the strongest the strongest deportation politics. So this is really strange. From 2020, there were reports about people being deported in conditions which didn't actually allow it. I mean, Corona is a pandemic, it's a worldwide thing, but Corona is also in Moldavia. So, including separating families, in which cases a person was at a hospital, second parents and children were deported. Disabled people in wheelchair or even a person with a stomach bag in his hand. In this case, Germany is even breaking its own law without any consequences. And I just want to say that 165 years ago, the people, especially the minority, means the Roma in Moldavia, was slaves. I don't know if you know this. So the last European slaves are Roma, especially people from Moldavia who were slaves, who was also sold by the church. So just a side comment.
Eric, sorry, I cut you. It's just to. For me, a Roma community is the avant-garde of Europa.
Yeah, but avant-garde means something positive. To be honest,
absolutely. And
if we talk about people
I will be part of
or from Serbia, or especially now from Czech Republic, I mean, they are European countries, European Union countries, and the army is going in and stop their water. And we always say, hey, you have to wash your hands, especially now with the pandemic. But maybe this is not counting to these people. I don't know why. But there is so many things also, especially with people from Bulgaria and Romania and Germany. There is a huge discrimination at the office. So with the working contracts, they are being seen as fail or right to get social support is being denied against Germany is breaking its own law again. For people who are recognizing as Roma, it's impossible to rent an apartment. This is something that you can imagine. And now just to close, during the Corona pandemic, there is a few waves of anti-Gypsyism, also especially in Germany. There are several cases where quarantine for whole house blocks with Roma was imposed. So this was 2 cases in Berlin-Neukölln, for example. I live in Berlin-Neukölln, but it was also in Göttingen. There was this Iduna house, maybe you heard it in the news. So again, this stereotypes from hundreds years ago, like the Roma or the called gypsies, they punched the, how you say, the Brunnen, the
fountain.
The well, exactly. The current chancellor candidate, Armin Laschet, said last year when there was a big local outburst of Corona, and I mean he wants to be a candidate for the chancellor, that a federal measure against Corona are necessary because it was people coming from Romania and Bulgaria bringing Corona to Germany. I probably don't have to mention that accusing Roma from spreading illnesses is a prejudice which is centuries old. So I would like to conclude with the point again that especially Germany has a historic responsibility towards Roma based in the genocide of Romani people during the Second World War. To me, it doesn't seem that Germany is really aware of their responsibility, and my close remarks are it was the Roma themselves, it was the activists who are fighting for a recognition. Germany waited so long, and in the 90s, they promised us a monument, a symbol of to say sorry. They built it 20 years later, so 2012, this monument was built, our memorial. But it's not only ours, it's also yours. It's a kind of official sorry from Germany. And now they want to destroy it. Why? Because they need a rail station through our memorial. I mean, this is the Deutsche Bahn, who was the Reichsbahn, who brings us to the gas chambers, do it again. So if I have a migrant background, then the people, the population, the so-called dominant population of Germany are the Nazi background. So this is what I want to stop. So of course I have now the possibility to talk 20 minutes to all of you, and it's a privilege and it's important that we talk about the biggest minority in Europe with 12 to 50 million. But to be honest, what will change? I know it sounds very depressive, but it's good that the Rosa-Luxemburg Foundation do something. I'm also a member of the left party. We try to do something, but to be honest, I'm really curious, especially with the pandemic, who brings a lot of more suffering for the whole population, not only Germany. Thank you for having me here with you.
I think it's very important what you have said, and that's what was our try is to interconnect movements all over the world, which have struggles and what you are living, the racism, which is even structural. It's an active and a structural racism in the so-called developed country, which is still dominating our models of work, of interrelation, and so on. I think it's very important, and we have a lot of reflections, critique about the global north and the necessity of rethinking the institutions we are still accepting. And I think it's very important to connect your struggle with the struggle of the Dalit people in India who are living with ignorance and violence every day, not being acknowledged as the same value of human being as we should. And I'm very thankful for your insights, and I hope that even if it's maybe not a direct impact, that this interconnection of your struggle with these other struggles will make a movement. And I already started before we spoke with a colleague who spoke about the question of migrants and refugees. These are all communities, and as you said, this is the biggest minority in Europe. These are all communities. If they work together, they have a kind of power, and we have to interconnect these struggles and these powers also. So for me, thank you very much for your input, and hopefully we can keep in touch. I don't know if you want to.
I will say, because I think we speak a lot these 24 hours about democracy and this kind of element. And we really see, we can speak about women, we can speak of workers, we can speak about communities like Roms. We absolutely see the negative level of democracy when the democracy is working, these elements are working also. And we see l'état de the stand of the democracy in the moment. with the stand of the right of minorities, the right of Roms, coming on new racism and all this. That's the point of or the right in prison. All these elements are factors to reach the level of our the stand of our democracies and so on.
And we also come back to the discussion we had a couple of hours ago about the nation state.
Absolutely.
And how it is a structure of exclusion and not inclusion.
No, and also in this case, the European solidarity. So this incapacity to resolve the European problems, the European realities, and to say it's not European is a point of East European, is not a point of East Europe, it's a point of Europa. The right in Europa is the problem of Europa, it's not the right of each country.
To be honest, I would go one step forward. Thank you for your comment. I would say after the Second World War, Germany, it's their duty. Everything what's happened after the Second World War is also their duty to watch what's happened. Because before 2 days, we had a very big mass demonstration in Berlin. There was a situation now because it's about the rent of flats. So of course it's also the minority themselves, but also the whole population who lives in Berlin. So it's 1.5 million who don't have the possibility. They don't know how they have to pay back because now the law. I mean, it's how I said. It's the social democrat green left government who is in power. But the thing is now, the capitalism is still on the pole position. And of course, we have to bring all the alliance that we can make, all the solidarity from the minorities to bring them together. And if we bring them together, we are not the minority anymore. But it's a system. We have to destroy the system, and we don't know how because now with the pandemic, we all feel also tired. I mean, it's very important that we have this kind of Zoom meetings and everything, but we also need something like a torch in the hand, and the torch is not to go and to burn something, but without violence, we need a structure that says, okay, now we say in Germany, das ist der Tropfen, der das Fass zum Überlaufen gebracht hat. This is the one drop that brings it over, and we feel now it goes very, very deep. So let's start the movement all together. Thank you.
Thank you for your final words. And let's keep in touch also.
Yeah.
All the best.
All the best also.
And I think it's very important that you said that we are also all tired, but we have to give us force to say it's not it's necessary that we try to stand up. So I think being acknowledged is very important too. And thank you so much. And we hand over to maybe you want to stay with us for a moment. We go to Nigeria. And Ken Henshaw is already on air, so we are happy to welcome here and to hear what's your perspective and angle from which you approach the question of social rights and international solidarity. So the floor is yours, Ken.
Okay, am I audible?
Yeah,
Hello.
Excellent. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are. It is morning for us in Nigeria. So, yeah, you said it already. My name is Ken Henshaw, and I have lived my entire life in the Niger Delta of Nigeria. That rings a lot of bells, yeah? Niger Delta, oil. But also, I mean, the Niger Delta is in the news for all the wrong and right reasons. It's the place that produces a lot of the oil wealth that Nigeria lives on and the world lives on. It's also one of the sites in the world of the highest level of hydrocarbon pollution. It's a place that's one of the most backward places in the world. It's a space where hydrocarbons have failed significantly. I mean, it's a case study of how hydrocarbons do not necessarily transform into any kind of development benefit for local people. It's also a place where the resource cost is very evident. Okay, so constantly the Niger Delta is in perpetual crisis, conflict. There's low-key war going on continuously. In fact, in Nigeria, it is one of the most militarized places, where we have army checkpoints, full army checkpoints with AK-47 rifles, stationed in local communities, repressing people's rights and all that. That's the Niger Delta. That's the context I come from, and that's the context I'm going to be speaking from. Yes, Nigeria got independence in the year 1960, 7 years ago.
We can't speak right now.
It's started.
There's a problem with the connection, maybe. Can we have to... okay. I don't know if you hear us. There's a problem with the connection.
Maybe it's better you turn your camera off.
Really much. Yeah?
Do you hear us?
Yeah, I think we lost connection.
Okay, so we will
Connect again.
connect again and wait for a second, because I think it's very important to hear.
Yes, it would be great if he could come back.
Otherwise, maybe if it's not possible, maybe you could call him also.
We don't have his number, but maybe an email or something. I'll just keep you updated.
Yeah, it's okay. So we can, I think we have enough topics to discuss because it's, I think it's very important to hear also this, how to say, this question mark. Sometimes you are in activist work and kind of 24 hours speaking about what you want to achieve. But sometimes I think it's important to say that this effect of being tired or skeptical or not sure if the arms you are using are the right ones or the methods. And I think, for example, our colleague from Beirut, this kind of crisis in the crisis is also important. And sometimes I think we also feel isolated with our positions. This was, or it's the hope also that we can inject again this hope. We can share the hope.
Yeah, because I also found very interesting what Nadine this morning said, that I mean, all these people that are in constant struggle, and we are still asking them to organize, to come up with instruments that help them overcome their own situation. And I mean, they are very strong people. Otherwise, you don't. They wouldn't have come. Even like the refugees that are here in Europe. I mean, you have to be of a very strong consistency to make it to Europe, and then they're still trying to organize, and we are asking them also to organize. So I think it's really important important to also allow this moment of being tired of this constant fight of and also what she said that we should think more about like this topic of mental health because it's physically tired, but I guess it's also mentally tired because we've been and these people more than us have been in these kind of struggles for generations. So
can you speak? Yeah.
I'm really sorry. Yeah, I'm really sorry. I have to think my internet stopped. I have to think. I'm so sorry. Well, it gives you a sense of where we're coming from. Don't be surprised if the power cuts off in between also. Yeah, that happens a lot here. Okay, so where was I?
So we didn't hear the last couple of minutes of your talk. So
okay.
Please continue.
Okay. So I was trying to say that for Nigeria, while colonialism had ended in the year 1960, for the Niger Delta region, colonialism has simply continued. Yeah. So British colonial rule was exchanged for corporate oil company rule, basically. Local communities in the Niger Delta were handed over theoretically to the oil companies who run the show. Basically to say that there is an illicit wedlock between oil corporations, the military, and the government in the Niger Delta region. And we have seen this displayed severally. In the year 1990, the people of Umuechi and the community in the Niger Delta were worried about the fact that their environment had been destroyed for 30 years of oil exploitation. They decided to lead a peaceful protest and register their complaints. All the oil companies had to do was pick up its phone and make a phone call. And the army, the police appeared, and there was a massacre. It's still documented as the Umuechi massacre. Several people were killed and their bodies dumped in rivers and all that. And I'm also sure you have heard about the story of the Ogonis, who in 1994, led by Ken Saro-Wiwa, demanded a better deal from the Nigerian state and from the oil company, quarreled about the destruction of their environment and pollution, and they were terribly repressive. And that's one of the worst cases of repression we have ever seen in the country. And that repression continues to today. And I say for a fact that a lot of Ogoni people are still too traumatized to come back home. And so, we have had this continuing. In fact, even up to last year, we saw such deployment of state forces in protection of oil companies. Again, okay, in the community in Niger Delta called Udoda, right? The army, the Air Force, and the police were sent at the same time. And they invaded a small community of not more than 1,000. The Air Force, the Army, and the Navy invaded the tiny community. They bombed that community from the sea, they bombed it from the air and by land. It was invaded and 7 people were murdered, and the entire community burned down. And all this is done at the request of oil companies for the Nigerian state. And that's the kind of relationship that we have seen. And so this is the context of the Niger Delta, a place that provides the wealth of the resources that the Nigerian nation lives on, but unfortunately is the most polluted, is the most underdeveloped, is the most deprived, the people are the most destitute in the entire country. This is the reality. And so for us, we the people, working in that space, the struggle for us is in three folds and 3 dimensions. The first dimension of the struggle is that we support the people, the local people of those areas in Niger Delta to accept their rights within the framework of extraction. And it is important that their right to good drinking water, their rights to their livelihoods, their rights to protection from environmental pollution are protected. And we work with them to ensure that their rights are protected and asserted. The second dimension to the problem, which is an emerging dimension, is supporting and working with local people to respond to emerging challenges of climate change. Yes, climate change is real and with the people. I live in the city of Port Harcourt, comrades, and in the year 2012, sea levels rose by about 10 feet, and whole communities were sacked all across Port Harcourt, all across River State were sacked, and people lost their livelihoods. These guys plant crops that last a year, right? And so when the floods come, it lasts 3 months, and so they can no longer plant those crops that last a year. Their traditional livelihood has been, totally destroyed. And since 2012 till last year, we have had this flood annually. And for 3 months every year, the people of this area leave their traditional homes and homesteads, they leave their livelihoods, and they go to makeshift camps constructed with palm fronds and raffia to live. They have become destitute in their own place, and we support them essentially to respond to the challenges of climate change, which is already, with them. The third dimension of the struggle is thinking about the Niger Delta beyond oil. Here is a place where oil has been extracted non-stop for the last 60 years. The land can no longer support livelihoods. The water has been so terribly polluted. In fact, an assessment of the soil and water in Ogoni land in 2011 conducted by UNEP, United Nations Environment Program, says that the water and the soil is so polluted that it takes at least 25 to 30 years to restore it. And it will be the biggest environmental remediation ever embarked on by man, right? And so the age of oil is coming to an end. The oil companies are gradually divesting, they are leaving, right? For them, they are transiting. And in fact, some oil companies in Nigeria now call themselves energy companies. What a shame. Call themselves energy companies now. And they are leaving their bequests of several decades of environmental pollution, land and rivers that have destroyed land, totally gone. They are leaving it and running into they are dedicating their environmental responsibilities. And part of what we do in our organization is ensuring that we support the people, we work with the people, shoulder to shoulder to fight and ensure that those environmental things are corrected before one of the major things we have done in Nigeria is that, we have been working, we discovered something recently that most of our organization, partner organizations, left groups have been working in silos. We have been working as if our struggles are not in any way connected, even in Nigeria. And so we decided that it was important for us to start connecting the dots in all our struggles. Yeah. So I live in the Niger Delta where oil is extracted non-stop every day, and I've been so for the last 60 years plus. Okay. Now the impact of the oil extracted from my backyard is causing the desertification in the north of Nigeria, which is giving rise to Boko Haram. Okay, because people have lost livelihood, it's giving rise to Boko Haram. The impact of the oil extracted in the Niger Delta is causing conflict between farmers and herders in central Nigeria. And you can see that these impacts are common. The pivotal, these different people were not speaking to each other. In fact, they saw themselves as enemies. Our struggle and our perspective is to connect those dots and make them understand that, yeah, we are all victims of a problem that we did not cause. We did not mess up the globe. We did not mess up the climate. So we have to live with those impacts. And we think that by taking such level of solidarity, we can contextually, more clearly, and more definitely address issues of conflict, food insufficiency, and so on and so forth. And this is what we are trying to do. And recently, myself and my comrade, Nemo Basi, have been working towards creating that kind of interpretation across the West Africa region, right? Because the impacts are common, the commonalities are clear. They exist in food sufficiency, they exist in conflict, they exist in migration, they are everywhere. And we're trying to connect the dots. And so that across the West Africa region, every organization, whether it's fighting for food sovereignty, or climate change, or conservation, or even environmental rights, we all realize that we are suffering. Our struggle is one, it's connected, and we're fighting for the same cause. Unfortunately, comrades, the character of international solidarity thus far has been a little bit faulty. Yeah? It has existed on the paradigm of funding. That what the global south needs is some kind of funding from the West. And so we need funding to carry out our own activities, and that's where the solidarity has ended up till now. I think that paradigm needs to change essentially. I think that we need to talk more. We need to listen more. We need to connect more. We need to act more. We need to understand that the impacts are common. Okay? The causes and effects do not recognize country borders. Okay? The cause are cause, and they are all, linked one way or the other. If the causes and the effects are linked, are intricately, inseparably linked, then the solutions need to be inseparably linked also. Then we cannot have the Western struggle and the global South struggle. We need to have a struggle that is the world struggle. It is not their struggle or our struggle. It is the struggle for the world. It's the struggle of people. It's the struggle for humanity. And so how do we organize international solidarity going forward? in the Niger Delta and in Nigeria, we have a couple of examples that are working. So in 2005, let me give you this example. In 2005, a community in the Niger Delta that has suffered the impact of gas flaring for decades went to a Nigerian court and got judgment saying that gas flaring was illegal. That was in 2005. How many years after that, gas is still being flared here in the Niger Delta? Because the Nigerian courts do not respect, the Nigerian government does not respect the decision of the Nigerian courts. Then it happens in Europe. In Europe, right, the courts there, the companies operating there, quoted in the stock exchange there, actually do respect the decisions of the courts in Europe. And so a level of international solidarity and partnership, which we have recently kicked in, is that local communities in the Niger Delta who suffer the impact of extraction have started taking their cases to courts in Europe with the support of solidarity organizations in Europe, and they're getting favorable judgments. That's the level of transparency. And also in terms of revenue and payments and transparency and accountability. In Nigeria, transparency and accountability is shown to the dustbin. It simply does not exist. But in Europe and in America, you have got rules and regulations that ensure that companies declare their payments. And we have been working extensively with organizations in Europe to ensure that local communities actually know what is extracted from their lands, what is paid, how much revenue is extracted from those places. And these are levels of solidarity that we need to think about. And then going forward, comrades, I think that at the global scene, beyond West Africa and Nigeria, at the global scene, we need to make the right connection. For me, it's about linkages and it's also about connection. For instance, climate change mitigation is something that we all praise and we all respect and we all love. We think that we should conserve the forest, put the trees standing in order to mitigate the effects of climate change. But hey, do you know where these trees are located? They are located in a forest called Hickory, and because rent has been implemented in those forests, the people are kicked out of their traditional livelihood sources. Their homes are destroyed because the forest is no longer the heritage of the people. The forest is now a carbon sink that generates carbon credits. And so while we're speaking about climate change, we need to start making the dots, connecting it down to the people who live in Cross River State who suffer the effects of forest preservation, and ensure that while we speak about mitigation, we should speak about the kind of mitigation that is fair to every person, including local communities in Niger Delta. And of course, also, there is the conversation around energy democracy, energy transition, and clean energy. Those are very wonderful and brilliant conversations. But I think that international solidarity, global solidarity, should mean connecting that conversation with the local oil producing communities in the Niger Delta. What do they pass through? What do they suffer? How can we think about energy democracy or clean energy without thinking about the historical debts owed to those communities by the oil companies? We need to create the links. And when we create the links, comrades, when we create the links and when we create the right links, right, and we tell the entire story, not just one off story, not just single narrative, but we connect all the narratives and we are able to tell a global story. We would therefore be able to create a global movement that addresses the concerns of people in the global south, in the global north, anywhere, right? Narrative and expressive as a single struggle. And finally, let me say this, that for me, the meaning of international solidarity is that we link hands together, we work in solidarity, and ensure that those who make our life worse, those who destroy the planet, those who steal from us, have absolutely nowhere to hide in the globe. I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very strong statement, and I think we keep this and we'll work with your statement that we have to work together. We have 5 formats to do this, and especially in this time when so many people are locked down, they could be actors in this movement, and sometimes we have the impression that they are occupied with not so important things, and we should start to...
This night, somebody speak about market fundamentalism, and I think this is absolutely what you explained very good. So market fundamentalist can kill the ecology, can kill the population, can make war. The only element was important for them is market. And
So
that we have to go over.
we have to say that this is a form of terrorism.
So thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we have been in touch and we will keep in touch.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Welcome, Christina Fanga. I don't know if you are here.
Christina Fanga, if you are here.
I saw her already.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Yeah, it's very interesting and what.
Oh, she's here. We have.
Christine, hello.
You are unmuted.
You have to unmute your
Mic.
your mic.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Christina.
To be here.
That you are with us, and we start directly to ask you to present your engagement in the perspective of social rights and international solidarity. Here's the end about.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon. It's afternoon here in Tanzania and in Dar es Salaam, and I'm also glad to be with you, comrades, and connect with the rest of the comrades across the globe to discuss these important issues. So starting directly, as you said, speaking of the social rights, I think it's just like other comrades, we're trying to give the perspective of what they mean and what they are actually. And for me, I try to understand them from two approaches. One is the mainstream, the mainstream legalistic or institutional meaning, which is usually provided by the legal instruments. Hello?
Yes, yes.
We are with you.
You can go over. We list.
Hello?
Yeah, we were able to hear everything. You can continue from the point where you were before. Christina, do you hear us?
Monday morning is not so easy in the digital world.
Hearing in Eastern Africa.
Yeah, maybe we are the problem too.
She might be having also a problem with connection.
Yeah. Doesn't matter, we keep trying, because I think it's very important. Until now, it more or less worked very well, but the digital world doesn't have to be a censor actor.
We don't allow this.
I think it's important also to know we will continue the programme. Nous allons continuer le programme au-delà des 2 heures. I think we will have 1 hour more to finish all the persons who couldn't come this night and who we have now a meeting to express them.
Okay, Christina, you're back with us.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I think my network might be a bit problematic. It's raining here also, so.
Doesn't matter. We are with you.
Yeah, so I was trying to give that one understanding of these rights as provided by their legal instruments from that institutional approach, which I think for me is well summed up under Article 25 of the Universal Declaration of the Human Rights, which provide for the right for clothing, food, medical care, including the protection of the people who at times are in situations beyond their own capacity of attaining such entitlements, like the sick people, the disabled, the widowed, and the related groups, which for one reason or another may not be able to attain such entitlement. But then that is that one perspective which is understood by, I would say, by us. But there is a meaning understood by the masses, the grassroots people, if I may put it so, the ones that I'm working closely with, which for them does not necessarily have these legalistic terms or such kind of institutional terms as understood, but for them these are their basic needs, their daily needs, the needs without which their lives cannot be existing. So the struggle from this perspective is not just a mere struggle to attain a certain standard of living, but it's actually a struggle for life itself, a struggle to reclaim back life that has been snatched away, and actually, ironically, snatched away by the same systems which actually do provide for such kind of right narrative. So for us, this is very important to understand, because then that connects to what dimensions would our struggle be coming from? Because if we are to understand that for us there are needs which are not just merely moral or legal entitlements that are provided by this instrument, then we'll go beyond in that struggle, that we also understand that these needs are hindered, we're hindered from accessing these entitlements by the very same institutions which in a way also create and nurture the system that actually breeds more categories of discrimination against the people from accessing them. When I say more categories of discrimination, I may give an example, that the same instruments that, for instance, are being loved by the UN, which would expressly say that these entitlements have to be accessed by all the people regardless of their race, color, gender, class, and the related, are the very same institutions that maintain the system that actually creates and maintains classes in our society. From this understanding actually will mean that our struggle to attain these needs, if not rights as they call them, then needs to tackle that larger problem that we're actually fighting the system that creates barriers for the people to access these needs, and that will give a more understanding that even such provisions in those instruments are actually more of formalities, but the substantive part of it then needs to be acquired through struggle. So aside from that understanding, then what is the context of our work, I would say, then that again would connect it to my previous point, to understand the urgent needs or the needs of the people, which others would call them, right? Then we also have to understand or to see in that same sense the relation between the systems I just mentioned, which have been nurtured by the same institutions that proclaim rights, and how they actually affect our people in terms of how they can access these needs. And by these systems coming from the third world countries, I mean Africa generally, you would understand I'm talking about the colonialism from its early stages to the current neo-colonialism, which, as we all know, has within the domination of the transnational companies and what they bring to our own countries. So I reside in a country where these kind of relations have created, a massive land grabbing, both in rural and urban areas. So where the peasants in rural areas do not have land to produce their own food, it has either been taken under the name of investment or still within their hands, but they have to produce for the market and not necessarily for their own food. People in urban areas whose land have been also grabbing, they're going on urbanization for the investors in the related, who now lack shelter. The workers do not have a place to do their own business to earn whatever that they have to earn because they have no any other source of income. We're speaking of the relations that actually leads to the commodification of the social services, which the very same instruments provide that nobody should be barred from meeting them. But here are the policies which have been pushed to us that actually demand our government to do away from provision of these services, that people should buy them. So how can one be able to access education or health services when they don't have money? I'm talking of the relations which snatches away the freedom of the peasants, for instance, when it comes to their own seeds. As we're all aware of what the GMO companies and the related agricultural companies are doing in our countries, and generally in all the third world countries. So such a kind of the relations actually which produce such kind of effect. So for me, the needs of the people immediately arise out of that. We're dealing with the people who are not able to have 3 meals per day. I mean, their right to food has been barred because of what I've said. People who cannot access health services because it is being sold, and the masses of them are unemployed, and those who are employed, they work in a more casualized conditions, which do not give them a distance earning that can enable them access all these services. We work with the people who need their own sovereignty when it comes to their seeds, so that they're able to grow their own food, and be able to determine, even if they're going to sell, be able to determine the price on their own, so that they can be able to cater for other services. Working with the groups of young people who cannot access education because they need to pay and they don't have that money. So you can see how their right to education is again being barred by the same system, which have been produced by this kind of relationships. And speaking of how those things are actually immediate needs for the people, the things which they cannot actually live without. You can also see what happened during the pandemic in most of our countries, the way our health systems have been crippled down, and also the way the better health services are being sold. During the pandemic, how most of our people in the continent were being affected by the same kind of the situation. So that is the context under which we're working. So coming from the Tanzanian Socialist Forum, our primary objectives were first to identify this kind of needy group, because it's also very important to understand that all these groups with their needs, it's not like they were just seated somewhere waiting for a savior to come and teach them about the so-called rights, and fight for them to attain these rights through the legal battles and the related. No, actually, these are the groups which have been in constant struggles, each one from their own corners, trying to fight for their needs. So what this kind of needs, or rather rights, create is some sort of groups fighting, each one in their corner, each one trying to attain what they think is the immediate need at that material time. And then this then creates some sort of an issue-based struggle across from each group. So the immediate or the primary objective of the Tanzanian Socialist Forum then was first to identify these groups with their needs, and then second, building solidarity with them. First, as the forum, build solidarity with them, and I normally insist on this because with the language of the human rights, it has been normalized that it's some sort of NGOs coming, educate people, help them attain these rights and the related. But for us, our primary objective was now build solidarity on what they have been actually struggling. Build solidarity between the forum and these individual groups, but then most importantly, build solidarity among these groups now, so that each category, or rather each need of each group is being brought together under one umbrella for a build-up of a huge movement which will not be dealing with separate issues, but all the needs all together, but with that common there are actually a system behind that creates such kind of relationships, that creates such kind of groupings or other classes within our society that makes some other people more able to access these needs, but then another group of people are left with no ability to do the same. So that has been the primary objective of the forum. So, and these kind of activities, from solidarity to the rest of activities have been done through different ways. So there's one, amplifying the voices of different groups from the grassroots. So each group from wherever they were with their needs, coming together and amplifying all these voices together. And in that sense, the forum was doing a range of activities, including writing articles from different people's narratives, and publicizing them, bringing them together for various discussions, of course, in a manner of building that conscience, like the working class conscience, but again, building alternative spaces. This is the power struggle sort of a thing. So we have a whole range of closed spaces where these groups cannot even enter there and and air out whatever that is troubling them. But then there was this importance of them creating these alternative spaces where people will be meeting and discussing freely without being told that this and this and this and this is about your knowledge, so somebody else needs to come and teach you, So where they could freely discuss, but most importantly, freely make some strategies for more struggle and how we can together move this wheel of finding together.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I think it's very important the point you made saying it needs different types of actions and structures.
Excuse me?
You understand? You hear us?
Not so good.
No?
Hello?
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 Hello, hello?
Yeah, we hear you. We still hear you, but it looks like you don't hear us anymore. But
Hello?
Yeah.
We speak, but you're not heard.
Very important points you made, also concerning building structures and spaces. And I think amplifying voices is exactly in the local and national context, but it's very important maybe also in the international context to connect and interconnect the struggles. And I think if you can just say in one word, if you still hear me, how do you see the possibilities to interconnect and amplifying voices in your context with the international, and is there any help you already profit from, or is there a Pan-African solidarity movement which you are connected to or internationally? Just to finish on this aspect.
Because we unfortunately have to come to the end. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't get your initial statements because of the network, but I'll build my points on the last part because I think could have summed up what you were saying since the beginning. So actually, I was just trying to give the internal perspective before moving to that international, because there are actually several initiatives done at the African level, if I may say so, and even at the international level, in the same sense of building solidarity. So aside from the national connection of the groups together, we've also had that because our organization has a strong sense of Pan-Africanism and international solidarity as a component too. So at the African level, we have also been working to connect fast comrades across the African region. And we also did this by identifying some progressive movements across our region, where we connected our voices. We've been meeting under the banner of Ujamaa Collective. Ujamaa is the Swahili word of socialism. So we have such kind of an international day, East African level, where we meet with comrades, we discuss strategies, but also come to each other's aid when substantive part of it also calls for one. We've been able to at times host some comrades from nearby countries where they could be facing some, insecurities due to their various struggles. So we've been doing that one too. But again, hosting each other's publications, if at times so publications would seem more dangerous from this country, then it could be published from a source in another country. So we have actually been doing such kind of solidarities, and we also have the same at the African level, some other comrades in other regions like the southern part of Africa and the related. And all such kind of activities, our strength has been in maintaining a horizontal relationship, because that this kind of patronization is a cause for. And I heard a previous comrade speaking of one of the thoughts of the international solidarity being over-dependence of the funding, especially for those who are running the movement so much of funded organizations. So there is this kind of some sort of patronization, if I may put it so, that at times some of the organizations, maybe simply because they would be funding organizations in the region, would have some sort of a patronizing relationship without maintaining that horizontal relationship of equal comrades who can come and discuss in the same table, the same level field, without feeling that you are enforcing.
Yeah, this is a very, very important point to break down with these logics, horizontal logics. And thanks so much for your engagement. We feel it all, the passion behind and the force interconnecting these different types of struggles. It's a very, very strong work, and we hope we can broaden this interconnection. Thank you so much, Tina, and keep your course, and hopefully we can keep in touch. Thanks so much.
Thanks a lot.
Courage. Thank you.
Directly jump back to Germany. In fact, to Thomas Seibert. Thomas, du bist schon da.
Ja, ich bin da.
Guten Tag.
Sollen wir auf Deutsch reden oder auf Englisch?
Ihr wollt.
Ich habe mehr Leute auf Englisch.
Ich denke, es wäre vielleicht nicht schlecht, Englisch zu behalten.
Okay. So thanks for your patience, first of all. We are now discussing for 22 hours continuously, so 10 minutes delay, I think, are acceptable. Yes, and thanks for joining in, Thomas. Philosopher and long-time member of Medico International in Frankfurt. And the first question that we've always been asking is how, in the context of your work, but also your activism, your philosophical work also, have you been approaching the issue of social rights and international solidarity?
Okay, so I think I'll stick to the part of my work I'm doing with Medico International. I'm a human rights advisor of Medico International and South Asia coordinator. And Medico International is a Frankfurt-based human rights and relief organization. connected to partners worldwide and thereby globally active. The organization was founded in 1968, so somehow in Germany at least we are the last organized West of May 68. And in our history we had different phases. The oldest phase, 70s and 80s, we were defining ourselves as a relief organization on the side of the national liberation struggle and national liberation movement. Then later we have been the relief organization on the side of the alter globalization movements. And at the moment it's not really clear where we all are up to. We're on the side, let's say, on these waves of uprisings since the Arab uprising. That's to give an introduction where I work and what the organization is. And for historical reasons and in connection to global social rights, our practical work is focused on the right to health. And on health thought not only as a psychophysically, but as a socially determined phenomenon. For the same reason, our work, of course, is not limited to the right of health, but dedicated to all the human and social rights. And because we have always based our work on a critical theory of society, we always have been a theory-based organization. Our understanding of human rights is not only purely pragmatic or purely legal, but is an explicitly political understanding. So for us, human rights are grounded in the history of the modern revolutions following the American, the French, and the Haitian Revolution, and continued in the October Revolution, and then in all the anti-colonial revolutions, and brought together at least at the 1968 Revolution. Therefore, the declaration and implementation of human and social rights for us always has been itself a revolutionary process. The ongoing process by which all modern revolutions are integrated into the one and only universal revolution of human rights, which is by us thought as a revolution in permanence. And the terminus of this revolution, to bring it very close to the Declaration of Human Rights, is given in Article 28 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which states, I quote, "Everyone is entitled to a social and international order in which the rights and freedoms set forth in this declaration can be fully realized." So this is, let's say, our basic point in this direction, and the establishment of such a social and international order is our final goal. That's for the start.
Very interesting topic. We had during our discussions the big question that precisely what you just quoted is a kind of ideal status, and we are in degrees of states where we are far away from this this level, and how we are dealing with human rights and social rights on the long way to achieve, and how can we denounce humiliations in everyday life, which are even so deeply inscribed, and structural violences, and not to throw away this fight because we can't achieve the ideal situation.
Yeah, but I would say the point to why I was going strictly and directly to this Article 28 is it's not only the case that we have, or let's say other way around, part of our problem is that we are tending to split that what is to be done in 2 points. The one is the daily concrete struggles, where we always tend to get lost, and the other part is the idea. As long as we have it this way, we will not advance. We will always tend to get lost. So the point in coming directly to this so-called idea, Article 28 at least of the established Declaration of Human Rights, is that being engaged in our everyday so-called concrete struggles, and everybody is in love with the really concrete, but being engaged with them, whatever it may be, and being engaged with it in the weak situation as we are still, we are always under the task to look for the integration of all our concrete struggles and all our everyday struggles in these long-term perspectives. It's not only a question of to not forget the idea. It's a question to be raised every day. What is the point of connection? What is the point of integration? How does the so-called concrete, which we all are in love to, is related to the so-called abstract, which we try to leave as soon as possible? And that is part of our problem, I would say, and it's part of our weakness, this tendency to get lost in the everyday concreteness. So therefore, I would use this possibility to stick to the so-called idea.
I think when we analyze a little bit the cartography of the laws and the cartography of regals, also laws and rules in international level, we see that social rights are who are so lost respect.
Yeah, we have seen that the hierarchy of human rights, economic rights context,
the military context, rights, all this.
So it's very clear that they are on a lower level, and that was one of the discussions how we can change this hierarchy, and we came to one point to discussion to say that we have to denounce that the way how economic rights are applicated are not, we have to speak not an ethical, moralistic words, but to say that they are not professional, they are not innovative, they are all the terms which are used and have a value in the economic context, we have to denounce their achievements, which are permanently ignoring human rights. What are you thinking about?
I think that I think on the one hand you're right in the description, but I would say it will not help to leave the unity of all the rights. And I will give you a concrete example, because that is always lost. The whole last year, since 2012, 2013, the main task I had to deal with as far as I'm South Asia coordinator was our connection to the worker struggles in South Asia, Pakistan and Bangladesh, following up these accidents in garment factories in Karachi and in Dhaka. And the point we had to realize very early is that we will have no chance at all to advance in these struggles if we leave these struggles to be worker struggles and to be economic struggles. One reason I can give you is only 1% of the South Asian workforce is organized in trade unions. And Dhaka and Karachi, the two cities in which these accidents happened, are very special phenomena. So Dhaka in the 1950s had 500,000 inhabitants. Today it has 14 million. Karachi had 600,000 inhabitants in the 1950s. Now it has 20 million inhabitants in the greater Karachi area. What does it mean?
100,000 each week, I think.
Yes, exactly. So, and that is one of the reasons why, after this accident, this really tragic accident, what we had to realize, our Bangladeshi and Pakistani partners and we ourselves, is that there was no working class solidarity at all. At least nobody cared about what the sticks. I mean, cared in an active way. Of course, people were shocked, but there was no mass demonstration, no uprising, things like that. And what we then had to realize is when we started our transnational solidarity, we had to experience that though the trade unions here in Germany were not at all the strongest part we found in these solidarity. So we came very quickly to the point that we would, and that's my answer to your question, that we had to leave the so-called economics, that we had to leave the sphere of this is a workers' struggle, that we had to insist on that what has happened was a human rights violation, and that everybody who is dedicated to human rights is called to intervene. I knew it, yeah? And that we have to lead a human rights struggle, say not a workers' struggle. If it is a workers' struggle, of course, but it is a workers' struggle as part of human rights struggle. So the wider horizon is the horizon of human rights struggle, and human rights struggle means that you always insist on the eminence of all the humans. So to come back to the question, yes, of course, we have, for certain reasons, we have a kind of a more bad situation in respect to economic rights. But I think it would make no sense to make this point to the strategic focus. Yeah, but we have to do it other way around. And that means, that is a big task. I cannot at all give you an answer to the question, what does it mean? But I think one of the tasks we have to work is always, how can we transcend all particular struggles and integrate them, relate them to each other in a substantial way? And that would mean, my idea at least is that given all the experiences of as well my theoretical and my activist work, is that I think insisting on the integrity and universality of all the human rights and the invention of a politics advancing all those human rights is the main task. Does that make sense?
I think that it makes a lot of sense, maybe the idea, because the topic is global social rights, to come to this common point. What is very important that we have heard during all the days of activists, of the work of trade unions, how to interconnect, and there we have to be very concrete, because people very concrete, and I hear this, and I think all our discussions are due to this interconnection between this concrete situation and the role that everyone has into this transformation and valorization of social rights. I think what is interesting, and we have a moment when we discuss what is work. So trade union is a format which is known as a format of reunion and solidarity. But we have a very old-fashioned idea and very capitalist idea of defining work as contribution to society. And when we define it differently, then we are quickly, by this contribution of every human being and a social contract, what the community has to give back and how we define this exchange. And then we can use maybe this old format of trade union or of to unify all those who contribute to society. And that's a little bit was one proposal.
We can construct also new comments.
New comments and new, but this connects, this is clearly an intersectional fight. We had women initiatives, we have ecological initiatives, we had migrant initiatives. So all these questions where human rights are touched have to find a common voice by respecting the different articulations and facts.
Yeah.
Maybe you can make a final statement.
Short final statement.
Our next speaker is already here in the room actually, and
sorry of this
based on
of 20 minutes.
your experience, also for maybe as a recommendation to other people in struggle.
That's all fine. That's the whole idea of this night of global social rights worldwide. I love that. So I try to I will do it very short, but not concrete. I will give one point that everybody has to think about. We have a plurality of human rights, yeah? And besides that, there is at least implicitly one single human right. This single human right, which is implicit in all the different human rights, is that we have all of us, everywhere and where, always, have the right of self-determination. And coming to your point before, yes, I share the point that we have to look for the contribution of everybody and not only this traditional way to contribute to society, but I would also say from a human rights perspective, human rights also belong to those very special people who, for reasons whatever, do not contribute to society. That's one of the most radical points of human rights. Human rights are shared by all those who are contributing to the common, but they are also given to those who do not contribute. Yeah. That's the point which I would.
No, this is very important. I just thought that the existing itself is already a contribution.
Exactly.
On the same ground, but very important to say because we have also to come back to step out of this logic of again maybe capitalistic exchange logic of contribution. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Thomas, for your time. And yeah, I will be in touch again very soon.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you so much. And what's really wonderful now that we have a physical studio guest.
Ouais. Jean Sigler, est-ce qu'on peut vous...
Vous pouvez le même voir et on peut vous introduire. On va vous encore présenter Thomas. We will
Voilà. Qui est éthique?
Ça, c'est Thomas Seibert.
Ah, il est là.
Something like compliment, not true.
Thank you. It was very interesting what you said.
We will continue to work together.
They never invite me, you know. Just by accident, definitely.
Very good. So,
Quand j'ai appris que vous viendrez physiquement, le rêve s'est ouvert. Voilà, il y a des histoires parallèles comme ça qui se passent. Et moi, depuis le moment où vous avez écrit ce livre fantastique sur la Suisse, qui avait plus blanc, vous êtes devenu une sorte de pilier. Oui, je sais. Aber das war so ein Pfosten, wo mich aufgebaut hat. Das heißt, manchmal muss man auch Prozesse riskieren.
wir mussten auch schon gehen und wieder kommen und gehen und wieder kommen.
Darf ich etwas sagen? Wie geht es dem Frieden leben?
Ja. Ich weiß es jetzt gar nicht genau.
Doch sind zwei Minuten.
Nein. Ja,
wahrscheinlich die Stiftung in Berlin.
Ja. Ich hoffe das sehr. Ich bin jetzt auch irgendwie vertreten von der Rosa-Luxemburg-Stiftung. Wir sind die Partner von dem Civic City, aber wenn gleich von unseren Kollegen zurück, kann das beantworten.
On va parler français. On n'a eu aucun invité français, ce qui est une honte, mais francophone. Donc on va rattraper un petit peu. À nous aussi.
Même nous.
Donc, dans Tibler, vous avez un parcours impressionnant, on va pouvoir que le résumer ici. Vous avez été professeur de sociologie à l'Université de Genève, membre du Parlement fédéral suisse, premier rapporteur spécial auprès des Nations Unies sur la question du droit à l'alimentation et depuis 2019, vice-président du comité consultatif du Conseil des droits de l'homme des Nations Unies. Et vous êtes l'auteur de trentaines de livres sur la mondialisation, le capitalisme, le rôle de la Suisse, dont Destruction massive géopolitique de la faim, ou le capitalisme expliqué à la petite fille, en espérant qu'elle en verra la fin. Donc, ce qu'on aimerait bien, c'est que pour démarrer, en fait, vous nous racontiez dans quelle mesure et pourquoi les droits sociaux sont au cœur de votre parcours, de vos expériences, de votre travail, et pourquoi ça compte particulièrement pour vous, cette question des droits sociaux.
Oui, d'abord, je vous remercie de l'invitation. Je voulais parler surtout du droit à l'alimentation. Parce que j'étais le premier rapporteur des Nations Unies pour le droit à l'alimentation dans le monde. Et la faim dans le monde, le massacre quotidien de la faim, c'est le scandale absolu de notre temps. Vous savez que tous les 5 secondes, un enfant au moins de 10 ans meurt de faim ou de ceci immédiat, parce que encore, etc. Ça fait 17 000 enfants sous de 10 ans qui meurent de faim ou de ceci immédiat tous les jours. Je donne un autre chiffre, vous savez que l'humanité paye à peu près 71 millions de personnes par an, c'est-à-dire 71 millions de personnes par an meurent, quittent la planète. Toutes les causes confondues de la guerre, la faim est encore aujourd'hui le fléau le plus meurtrier, puisque 13% de la population des gens qui meurent dans une année meurent de faim de ceci immédiat. Et le même World Food Report, c'est ça le scandale, le même World Food Report de la FAO, tous les mois d'avril, donc ces chiffres délictifs qui sont contestés absolument par personne, le même World Food Report de la FAO dit que l'agriculture mondiale, dans l'état actuel de ses forces de production, pour les nourrir sans problème, 2200 calories à l'heure de peu, sans problème, 12 milliards d'hectares
nous sommes 7,8, donc presque le double de l'humanité pourrait être nourrie. Normalement, si la distribution de la nourriture ne dépendait pas du pouvoir d'achat du consommateur, mais obéissait à une norme internationale. Et cette norme, c'est le droit à l'alimentation. Pour que nous puissions, dans notre discussion, avoir des bases solides, je voudrais lire la définition du droit à l'alimentation. Pour moi, encore une fois, le droit économique, social et culturel le plus central. Si vous permettez, je vous le lis. Le droit à l'alimentation est le droit d'avoir un accès régulier, permanent et libre, soit directement, soit au moyen d'achat monétaire, à une nourriture qualitativement et quantitativement adéquate et suffisante, correspondant aux traditions culturelles du peuple dont est issu le consommateur, et qui assure une vie psychique et physique, individuelle et collective, libre d'angoisse, satisfaisante, vie. Ça, c'est la définition un peu démocratique, si vous voulez, des Nations Unies, c'est-à-dire l'article 11 du Pacte international sur les droits économiques, sociaux et culturels. Et c'est le droit à l'alimentation qui fixe une norme internationale qui devrait assurer, face aux spéculateurs du marché, pas le pouvoir d'achat du consommateur, mais c'est pour le droit à l'alimentation qu'il faut lutter pour imposer ces normes à l'ensemble des États. Voilà. On est loin. Moi, j'ai dit une efficacité totale de même que je rentre ici. C'est un honneur, mais je suis d'une inefficacité totale parce que rien n'a changé. Rien n'a changé. Le Conseil des droits de l'homme, j'ai fait beaucoup de rapports. On est au 4e rapporteur maintenant. Le rapporteur doit informer le fait des recommandations précises, d'abord au Conseil des droits de l'homme, soit en juin, soit en septembre, et ensuite, une deuxième fois, devant l'Assemblée générale des Nations Unies. Et je vais vous parler pendant des heures, je ne vais pas le faire, ça va vous ennuyer. Ces recommandations, parfois, sont transformées en résolutions de normes internationales, mais le fait est que la faim et de nous augmente, et surtout maintenant avec la pandémie, depuis une année et demie, 235 millions de personnes de plus ont été poussées dans la rue, la sous-alimentation permanente est grave, touche le milliard. Un homme sur 11 est frappé par la sous-alimentation grave et permanente, privé de. Voilà.
Cette nuit, on a des personnes qui protégeaient les agriculteurs en Afrique, je crois. Je commence à. On a vu tellement de personnes qu'on comprend un peu les lieux, a mis en avant cette notion d'ouvrier essentiel, quoi, le travail essentiel qui a été constaté pendant le confinement, en disant qu'il était absolument nécessaire de considérer que les ouvriers agricoles qui travaillent pour l'agriculture sont des travailleurs essentiels.
Oui, vous avez tout à fait raison. Bon, peut-être qu'il faut distinguer, il y a deux types de faim. Il y a deux types de faim. Il y a la faim conjoncturelle et la faim structurelle. La faim conjoncturelle, c'est les familles. C'est quand dans un pays comme le Sud-Soudan, le Darfour, au Yémen, au Somalie aujourd'hui, quand une économie implose. Il n'y a plus de semences ni de récoltes, il y a la guerre. C'est la faim conjoncturelle, la famine. C'est la catastrophe absolue. Et ensuite, il y a la faim structurelle, celle qui est implicite dans le sous-développement des forces de production d'un pays. Le Malawi, le Mali, je prends un exemple, le Mali, 25% des femmes sont capables d'allaiter. La reproduction biologique de la faim au Mali, je pense que c'est quelque chose d'autre. Et un exemple de la faim structurelle. Des femmes sous-alimentées donnent naissance à des enfants sous-alimentés qui eux-mêmes n'ont pas un développement normal, ne sont plus des forces productives, etc. général de la sous-alimentation biologique. Vous savez qu'un enfant entre 0 et 2 ans, les cellules cérébrales se développent. Et si l'enfant est sous-alimenté, et la femme ne peut pas allaiter, etc., est sous-alimenté dans cette période de sa vie entre 0 et 2 ans, les cellules cérébrales ne se développent pas. Et même si, les 8-10 ans, un miracle se produit, le père trouve du travail, où l'enfant est adopté par une famille aimante, etc., eh bien, ça reste un invalide pour la vie. Ces cellules cérébrales ne se développent plus. Ça devient la dévastation permanente pour la vie. Donc ça, c'est la fin structurelle qui est impliquée dans le sous pour la vie. C'est le sous-développement économique. Et pour la fin structurelle, votre correspondant, votre interlocuteur a parfaitement raison. Ceux qui sont le plus frappés, c'est les paysans, les métayers paysans. Métayers, travailleurs concentrés, paysans. C'est là où se situe le plus grand nombre de victimes. Et c'est encore une fois un scandale et un paradoxe. C'est ceux qui sont chargés de produire la nourriture, c'est ceux qui sont frappés par la faim, la sous-alimentation grave et permanente, toutes les conséquences, je le dis, c'est ceux-là. Si vous voulez, j'ai dit tout à l'heure, j'ai dit une efficacité totale comme ça, ordre spécial, il y a quand même quelque chose un progrès qu'on a fait. Et des entreprises comme celles que vous menez maintenant, universellement, planétairement, par ces vidéoconférences, c'est très très important. La conscience de la faim augmente. Matériellement, les chiffres, les astres augmentent aussi, mais la prise de conscience. Tout le monde sait aujourd'hui que la faim dans le monde, ce massacre quotidien, est faite de main d'homme, et c'est en même temps qu'avec quelques réformes qualitatives, dont nous pouvons parler tout à l'heure, cette faim peut être éliminée demain. Il n'y a plus aucune quelconque fatalité. Il y a 2 ou 3 générations encore, c'était les malthusianismes qui régnaient, qui disaient la faim, c'est Malthus, c'est ce horrible pasteur du XVIIIe siècle à Londres, qui rend un service incroyable dans ces théories absurdes aux places dirigeantes colonialistes, etc. Alors, Malthus disait la faim est horrible, c'est vrai, mais elle est nécessaire. C'est le mal que Dieu a installé pour le bien finalement, parce que s'il n'avait pas l'élimination par la faim, il aurait surpopulation. Surpopulation et bientôt plus personne pourrait respirer, boire, manger, sur ce plan de la faim est une sorte de fatalité nécessaire. Et ce malthusianisme habitait les églises, encore les assez dénus, puisque les droits économiques et sociaux n'étaient pas équivalents avec les droits politiques, jusqu'à la conférence de Vienne, jusqu'en 1993, je vais parler de ça, mais les droits économiques, sociaux et culturels sont universels, interdépendants et indivisibles avec les droits économiques, sociaux et culturels et politiques. Mais j'insiste, on a fait des progrès. Nous, moi, etc., on a fait des progrès dans la prise de conscience. Et tout le monde sait quelles sont les réformes. Quelles sont les réformes fondamentales. Il faut interdire la spéculation boursière sur les aliments de base. Les aliments de base, c'est des aliments qui couvrent 75% de la consommation mondiale, c'est riz, blé et maïs. Il faut Chicago Committee sur Research, qui dit spéculation qui font des profits incroyables pour les hedge funds.
Ce qui pendant la dernière crise boursière, par exemple, a été un des désastres.
Terrible. Augmente. Et dans les bidonvilles du monde, dans la favela de Sao Paulo, ou dans le shanty towns de Dhaka, au Bangladesh, où la mer avait très très peu d'argent. doit acheter la nourriture de sa famille. Quand les prix augmentent, eh bien, il ne peut pas acheter la nourriture et plus de personnes encore. Ben, je vais prendre un exemple, je donne un exemple. Quand j'étais en mission en Bolivie et tout ça, je m'arrêtais toujours d'abord en bas, sur la côte, parce que à Lima. Et à Lima, je connais un bidonville qui ne parle pas très bien, parce que c'était très cher. Au coucher du soleil, 5 heures, jusqu'à minuit, je me postais dedans, dans le dépôt de riz, dans la queue des femmes de l'enfant. Je n'ai pas vu dans 5 heures et minuit une seule femme qui n'achetait que ne serait-ce qu'un kilo de riz. Les femmes de ce bidonville avaient acheté en gobelet de riz. Je rentre à la maison, fais du feu sur la casserole, dans l'eau bout, il verse le gobelet dans la casserole et quelques grains de riz flottent sur l'eau bouillante. Et c'est la nourriture des enfants toute la journée. Évidemment, c'est la destruction. Donc, interdire immédiatement l'eau plus course qui sert de Francfort de l'eau qui fonctionne dans le vide juridique, avec le droit au ciel, le Parlement peut ajouter un article, l'Assemblée nationale, un article qui dit sont interdits la spéculation boursière sur les aliments de base, tous les points qui sont, etc. Et vous aurez là sauvé des millions de gens immédiatement.
À ce point-là, est-ce que l'ONU a des pouvoirs pour agir?
C'est le power of shame, comme il s'est fait. Le power of shame, c'est-à-dire le pouvoir de l'homme de créer la transparence dans la condition. Nous en Suisse, je prends un exemple. La Suisse, pays très corrompu, dominé par l'oligarchie, mais enfin, il y a des forces résistantes. Les jeunesses socialistes ont lancé, il y a 2 ans, une initiative constitutionnelle pour que la Suisse, le gouvernement, interdise la spéculation boursière sur les aliments de base. Nous avons perdu, puisqu'en face, il y avait les hedge funds, etc., qui ont mis des millions pour expliquer aux gens que c'était la ruine de l'économie suisse. Enfin, il y a la conscience construite, la lutte contre la deuxième chose, c'est l'endettement total des pays les plus pauvres. La dette extérieure écrase les pays les plus pauvres. Je prends le Sénégal ou n'importe quel pays qui exporte les cacahuètes et tout ce qui gagne en devise de l'exportation va immédiatement au service de la dette, paiement des intérêts, des tranches d'amortissement, etc. Et le Sénégal doit importer 75% de sa nourriture, essentiellement du riz, du Cambodge et du Vietnam, au prix du marché mondial. Donc, éliminer la dette extérieure des 50 pays les plus pauvres permettrait à ces pays d'investir dans l'agriculture. Parce que la production, il y a 54 pays en Afrique. 37 pays sont des pays purement agricoles. Et ces pays-là, écrasés par la dette extérieure, par le mécanisme que je viens de dire, écrasés par le mécanisme, n'ont pas le besoin de sous pour investir dans l'irrigation, les engrais, le crédit, l'infrastructure agricole, etc. Ce qui fait, c'est pour ça que je suis très heureux de ce débat que nous avons ce matin, ce qui fait que la productivité de la terre, par exemple, je prends le pays du Sahel, 7 pays à la frontière sud du Sahel, 7 pays du Sahel. En temps normal, quand il n'y a pas ni guerre, ni criquet, ni sécheresse, c'est un temps normal, c'est un temps de chômage, ni criquet, ni guerre, ni sécheresse, eh bien, un hectare produit 600 à 700 kilos de mille. On va le faire dans Roma, en Suisse, etc. La production est de 10 000 tonnes, donc 10 000 kilos, 10 000 tonnes. c'est pas parce que le paysan africain est tellement moins compétent, moins travailleur, au contraire, surtout les femmes africaines, peut-être les êtres humains qui travaillent le plus, et plus durement, que le paysan européen. C'est simplement, c'est une différence de production, simplement que le paysan saharien, malien, béninois, tchadien, n'a pas des engrais, pas d'irrigation, pas etc. Nécessaire, c'est ça, à cause de la dette excellente. Alors, pourquoi je suis content d'en parler de ce point-là? Parce qu'il y a une lutte maintenant à l'intérieur des Nations Unies. La Banque mondiale dit, regardez ces Africains, ils produisent tellement peu. Alors c'est mieux qu'on prenne ces terres et qu'on les donne à des multinationales, à des hedge-funds, à des banques qui veulent acheter ces terres, qui ont accès au marché mondial, qui ont la technologie, qui ont les capitaux pour etc. 3,5% des terres agricoles africaines sont inondées. 3,5%. Et le reste, c'est l'agriculture de prix, combinée à 3 millions. Donc voilà. Donc la Banque mondiale dit, et malheureusement cette idéologie dévastatrice fait des progrès au sein des Nations Unies, que l'autoculture est dans l'air d'être raisonnable. Les Africains produisent peu, prenons le terre, tournez-le à quelqu'un. Les hedge funds, etc. L'année dernière, 81 millions d'hectares de terres africaines ont passé entre les mains étrangères. Et que sont ces hedge funds? Ils font des roses, etc., des légumes, tout ça, qui sont exportés sur le marché saoudien, européen, nord-américain, etc. Et la ferme et les familles paysannes expropriées, chassées de terre, un peuple des bidonvilles de la côte, de Lomé, Abidjan, etc., où les bidonvilles augmentent, pas des choses pour moi. Tanganani a vu d'œil, et oui, que dans les bidonvilles, c'est détruire les familles, c'est les rats qui mordent les bébés, c'est le chômage permanent, c'est l'indignité, c'est la prostitution des femmes, c'est la destruction des familles paysannes. Donc il faut lutter contre l'endettement, enlever la subvention. C'est une décision que le Fonds monétaire international et l'Assemblée nationale
qui est tellement ridiculement petit par rapport à
oui, en plus, c'est pas la finance mondiale, au contraire, il va absorber ça sans aucun problème. Mais là aussi, la seule façon, il faut aussi parler du déversement des surplus agricoles de l'Union européenne sur les marchés africains qui détruisent, l'agriculture africaine. Il y a d'autres réformes. Ces réformes-là, qui se réalisent, nécessitent l'insurrection des consciences. Je dis ça un peu pas mais de nous, c'est notre responsabilité parce que les pays dominateurs sont des pays démocratiques, sont fléchis. Des pays démocratiques. Il n'y a pas d'impuissance en démocratie. Un citoyen français, allemand, suisse, belge, italien, espagnol ou américain va dire je ne peux rien faire. Je ne peux rien faire. Nous avons tous les actes constitutionnels jusqu'à la grève fédérale, les élections, etc. Nous avons tous les actes pour forcer nos gouvernements de décider de ces mesures de réforme que je viens de dire, qui ne posent aucun problème technique, interdire la spéculation boursière, c'est les éléments de base. Aucun problème technique, c'est une question de volonté politique. Arrêter l'exportation du surplus agricole européen, inonder les marchés africains qui détruisent le travail. On peut l'arrêter demain matin par une décision des commissaires de Bruxelles, du Parlement européen, désendetter les pays les plus pauvres pour les rendre capables d'investir dans leur agriculture. Qui sont des classes paysannes formidables avec un savoir. Vous connaissez comme moi, vous avez l'Africain, on discute avec un paysan africain, même si c'est un alphabet, ce qu'il sait sur l'écologie, sur l'écosystème, sur la météorologie, etc., sur le sol, des travail tout à fait impressionnant, des classes paysannes extraordinairement compétentes. Il faut simplement qu'au niveau du Fonds monétaire international, c'est un peu plus compliqué parce qu'à l'Assemblée générale des Nations Unies, un statement vote, c'est un État. Le Wanatatu, le pays le plus petit, les 193 pays des Nations Unies. 55 000
que...
Oui, le Wanatatu a 550 000 habitants, la Chine a 1,3 milliard. La Chine a le droit, et le Wanatatu a le droit. Tandis qu'au Fonds monétaire, c'est $1 one vote. C'est la force financière qui compte. Mais là, de nouveau, l'Allemagne, la Suisse ont des positions presque dominantes. Donc, il n'y a pas d'impuissance en démocratie. Ça dépend vraiment de nous. C'est pour ça que des entreprises comme celle de ce matin, des discussions collectives sur ces problèmes, est tellement important. Il dépend de la prise de conscience de nous, la mobilisation, utiliser les armes constitutionnelles que nous avons pour forcer nos gouvernements de faire ces réformes qui, encore une fois, ne menacent pas la finance mondiale et le développement, vous l'avez dit très justement, posent aucun problème technique, délégués de l'État, aucun problème technique. Tout ce qui manque, c'est la volonté politique, c'est briser la domination des hedge funds sur le pouvoir politique.
Et si je résume tout petit peu d'ailleurs les 24 heures, c'est l'appel à l'insurrection des consciences contre le fondamentalisme des marchés.
Il est évident, je donne un exemple.
Bien.
Vanité incroyable. Vanité incroyable. Donc, je dis, en tout moment, et le chutel, qui aussi sur la discussion, qui est magnifique, qui m'a succédé. Olivier a fait la même expérience. J'ai été combattu, ma nomination, ma prolongation de mandat, etc. Chacun de mes rapports a été combattu par l'ambassadeur américain. Parfois c'était effroyable, c'est truand, c'est un honneur. Oui, mais enfin, c'était pas une façon, avec une argumentation qui ne bougeait pas de l'administration Bush, Clinton, Bush, etc., qui était permanente, qui était celle que vous avez dit du dogmatisme du marché. L'ambassadeur américain disait c'est vrai que ce qu'il a dit après le rapport Situation of Concerns, les situations, il est plus préoccupant qu'il a été analysé dans chaque rapport et ensuite les recommandations. Et Ziegler a raison, c'est effroyable à la fin, la souffrance, la destruction des maladies, des Roma qui mangent, qui subissent des enfants, le quachiolcan qui détruit le système métabolique, etc. Enfin, la fin et ses conséquences sont effroyables. D'accord. Et pourquoi il a faim? Parce que la libéralisation des marchés n'a pas encore assez progressé. Il suffit de libérer totalement le mouvement des marchandises, des capitaux, etc. Alors là, la faim serait résorbée autrement.
Ouais. Et ça, je crois que maintenant, d'une manière définitive, ce récit libéraliste est effondré avec le Covid.
Non, mais c'est vous qui vous avez raison. Mais c'est vrai, en plus, même sans Covid, la libéralisation approche depuis l'implosion de l'Union soviétique, c'est une bonne chose. C'était communiste, moi je suis bouddhiste. L'Union soviétique, en 1991, a implosé. Jusque-là, le capitalisme, le mode de production, forme sociale d'organisation, était territorialement limité, avec les deux mondes. Un homme sur trois vivait sous le régime communiste, jusqu'en 1991. Et tout à coup, le capitalisme a conquis le monde comme un feu de mousse rapide, a instauré une seule instance de régulation qui est la main invisible du marché, et cette domination absolue de l'idéologie du dogmatisme du marché, qui est évidemment mise en œuvre par les oligarchies de capital financier globalisé, je traite du monde entier sur les États les plus puissants, comme livre que vous devriez lire qui s'appelle Destruction massive. Je donne des exemples très précis sur l'impuissance des présidents américains. La France, qui n'est pas le bon Switzerland, la France avant, sous Sarkozy, avant le G8 de Cannes, par exemple, Sarkozy a dit la France, en octobre 2017, la France va demander l'interdiction de la spéculation boursière sur les aliments humains. À 4,8, G8, Sarkozy, on lui a dit tu retires ta proposition. Parce que les oligarchies du capital financier globalisé sont tellement puissants, idéologiquement puissants, politiquement puissants par les peut-être qui contrôlent, idéologiquement puissants, économiquement puissants évidemment, qui sont capables d'imposer aux États leur volonté, qui est une volonté de maximalisation du profit. Maximalisation du profit dans le temps le plus court, à n'importe quel prix humain, et voilà, la maximalisation du profit, qui est leur stratégie. Et elle domine le monde, puisque ces oligarchies du capital financier globalisé dominent l'ordre cannibale qui règne sur cette planète, c'est que c'est une dictature totale. Encore une fois, même les États les plus puissants sont incapables je ne vais pas parler trop longtemps, parce que je donne des exemples très précis, je les énonce, imposer leurs intérêts comme les intérêts généraux. L'intérêt général, pour eux, se confond avec leurs intérêts particuliers produits par la maximisation. Donc, tout, je le répète, je le répète, ça dépend de nous. Tout dépend effectivement de nous aussi longtemps. Eux, ils dominent l'aliénation de la conscience collective. C'est que nous n'avons pas fait notre travail. De créer la transparence, d'expliquer le monde, de lutter contre l'aliénation néolibérale qui pétonne notre conscience. Si nous brisons cette planche de béton qui l'aliénation, le peuple suisse, Dieu sait, ce n'est pas des imbéciles, je crois, les Suisses. Les Suisses ne sont pas des imbéciles. Il y en a beaucoup, mais pas globalement, ce sont des imbéciles. Les votes sont libres, universels et secrets. Eh bien, ils votent en permanence contre leur propre synthèse. En permanence. Selon ce que leur oligarchie, etc., votent contre leurs intérêts. Donc il y a l'aliénation qui est reconnue. Il faut aider. Nous pouvons briser cette aliénation. Rétablir une conscience de l'identité. Moi je suis l'autre et moi, une conscience de l'identité. Ce qui nous sépare des victimes, de l'enfant qui meurt maintenant. Maintenant, nous parlons, il y a des enfants qui meurent de faim. 17 000 par jour. Un enfant de 10 ans, tous les 5 secondes. Selon la FAO, pas selon une extrême gauche, gauchiste, impact, etc. Non, Dieu sait que ce sont des révolutionnaires, des bureaucrates. Bon, je le connais bien. L'enfant qui meurt maintenant de faim, ça pourrait être mort d'enfant. Ce qui nous sépare des victimes, c'est le hasard de la naissance. C'est le hasard de la naissance. Donc, ce qui doit gouverner notre combat, c'est la conscience de l'identité. Pour rétablir la conscience. Tout découleront tout à fait normalement, politique intérieure et extérieure, de solidarité, de réciprocité et de complémentarité. C'est notre tâche.
C'est très important parce qu'on a entendu pendant les dernières des personnes qui sont dans le terrain, qui voient les enfants mourir. Et je pense que c'est très important. Notre collègue de Mel, elle a dit, elle a pensé que la situation est difficile, mais on est quand même dans un chemin vers le meilleur. Et le problème est qu'on est dans un moment de régression. Complètement, la situation Covid, moi je pense qu'il a mis en crise logique, mais il y a quand même des entreprises globales qui ont profité énormément. Donc il n'est pas mort. Malheureusement, ce système n'est pas mort.
Moi je parle du récit.
Et je sais.
parle pas du.
Mais
oui.
Voilà.
Bon, la prochaine nuit, on l'a fait avec lui tout seul.
Non, avec la fête, on connecte et on donne juste le temps pour connecter ces discours différents et ces enjeux, de réunir ces voix et avec leur impact très différent, mais chaque impact et chaque sauvetage de vie est important et il faut lier ces initiatives et nous reprendre à cette rôle que nous avons tous de nos places. Mais je ne peux pas, c'est juste important que je trouve tous ces points.
Donc peut-être juste un dernier mot, monsieur Pierre, parce qu'on a déjà notre prochain invité qui va arriver. Voilà, je vais être à la porte virtuellement. Donc un dernier mot conclure.
Écoutez, historiquement, on a fait du chemin, c'est vrai, on a fait du chemin. On m'a toujours frappé. Les Nations Unies, la charte a été adoptée finalement en juin 1945, après 3 mois de lutte, etc. Et c'est ceux qui ont été admis à San Francisco, au fondateur, à l'Assemblée fondateur, c'était tous les pays qui avaient déclaré la guerre à l'Axe, enfin, aux pays fascistes, avant le 8 mai 1945. C'était 43 pays. En lieu des grandes. Ces pays qui ont lutté contre le fascisme, qui ont perdu des millions et des millions et des millions d'êtres humains dans cette lutte, étaient incapables de se mettre d'accord sur un catalogue des droits de l'homme. Totalement incapables. Et tout ce qu'ils ont pu faire, c'est instaurer une commission qui devait préparer une déclaration qui est venue 3 ans après, le 8 décembre 1948, à Paris. Pour une raison très simple, les pays communistes disaient vos droits civils et politiques, c'est de la propagande, c'est de l'idéologie. Les seuls droits humains, c'est le droit sociaux, économiques, culturels, comme disait Bertolt Brecht, grand marxiste et grand artiste, qui disait un bulletin de vote ne nourrit pas un être humain. 27 mars, on me dit ça à la fin. D'abord, les gens doivent manger, d'abord, les gens doivent être abrités, pouvoir être assurés contre les épidémies, etc. Donc, d'abord, les droits économiques sociaux, après les autres. Et l'Occident disait exactement, les Occidentaux disaient exactement le contraire. Ils disaient, vous dites ça parce que vous voulez simplement pas avoir la démocratie, vous êtes régime autoritaire, etc., etc. Les problèmes économiques, sociaux et culturels viendront tout seuls, progressivement, par le développement de l'économie. Et jusqu'en 1993, donc Kofi Annan a convoqué la conférence de Vienne, donc 2 ans après l'implosion de l'Union soviétique, l'universalité, l'équivalence entre les droits économiques, sociaux, culturels, civils et politiques a été acceptée. Et à la fin de la votation du Congrès de Vienne 1993, les Américains se sont abstenus du vote, n'ont pas combattu les droits économiques, sociaux, ils se sont abstenus. Donc, et c'est vrai ce que nous avons dit, l'hostilité, la scotomie, l'antinomie radicale entre les néolibéraux, le dogmatisme du marché, et ceux qui sont pour une organisation normative du monde, qui veut lutter normativement par les droits économiques, sociaux et culturels, contre l'ordre cannibale, meurtrier, absurde de ce monde, cette antinomie reste et permanente. Mais au moins, elle se fait au même niveau maintenant. demander de conclure, ce que je fais aujourd'hui. Un grand optimisme. Neruda, le grand Pablo Neruda d'Allende, assassiné 3 semaines après Allende en 73, en septembre 73, Pablo Neruda, à la fin du canto général, dit: pueden cortar todas las flores, pero jamás detendrán la primavera. Eux, nos ennemis, peuvent couper toutes les fleurs, mais jamais ils ne seront les maîtres du printemps. Voilà. C'est bon?
Merci, merci.
Je viens à la porte. Les sociologues, c'est les
attendez, je ne suis pas sociologue, je suis designer.
Bon, merci beaucoup et je pense que le mot de printemps, c'est très, très beau comme image parce que
c'est bien. Voilà.
Ça reste dans nos têtes.
Voilà.
Merci beaucoup.
Quelques regards,
je crois que quelques dizaines de milliers de personnes partout. Je n'ai pas les chiffres. Est-ce que à Paris, vous avez des chiffres, chers amis?
L'information des combien de personnes on a touché avec le grand Facebook, et c'est 98 000 personnes.
Genre 98 000 personnes.
Pas tout le monde, et ça c'est la...
On surpris que le
ça ne veut pas dire 98 000 maintenant. Hein.
Non, c'est en son temps.
Merci beaucoup pour tous ceux qui nous écoutent et qui contribuent avec leur écoute aussi à cet événement. Bienvenue au prochain événement, et je ne sais même pas dans quelle langue on va se parler, mais merci beaucoup.
If you could switch to English.
Okay, we switch to English.
We switch to English, and I have to say that are you already there? Very good.
Can you quickly say the point of view of your approach of social rights, and just to make a portrait for all persons?
Of what's your impact?
Thank you very much. The conversation has been so brilliant and so beautiful so far, and I'm happy to be part of it at this time.
Thank you.
Yes. So, in my work, we approach environmental justice basically, which is a critical element in social rights. And the two major planks in which we do this is in our work on hunger politics. We are asking the question, why are people hungry? Why are people hungry? We know that it's not because there's no food in the world, but because people don't have access to food. And so our campaign emphasizes on the right to food, the right to safe food. And we do recognize the fact that nobody, if you are starving or you are hungry, your dignity is not preserved. So the right to dignity is heavily impacted by hunger. And so we're campaigning for food sovereignty and for people to have access to the kind of food that is appropriate to them, the kind of food that is suitable to their culture, the kind of food that is nourishing and is free of domination by agents of domination and colonization of food systems and marketing systems. And then the second thing I will work on that affects social rights directly is fossil politics, where we look at the impact of the extractive sector on communities and on individuals. And we believe that every human person has a right to be respected. And if anyone, humans or governments or transnational corporations or local companies, pollute my environment with total impunity, that means they don't have any respect for me. They've abridged my right to be respected. These are the two key areas: working from hunger politics, where we look at about safety, the right to safe food, the right to food sovereignty, and then we look at the right to a safe environment in which to grow. And this is enshrined in the African Charter in a certain sense. African Charter of Human and People's Rights, Article 24, says that every person shall have a right to a safe and satisfactory environment in which to develop. And that all gives us the mandate to campaign on various social issues, social rights issues, and to demand that we are respected, that we have dignity, and that our right to access to water, to food, to related things are not impinged upon with impunity by powerful individuals or corporations or governments.
So Friends of the Earth is like a huge network, and they are like present almost everywhere in the world, I would say. So based on your experience, and also with regard to the two main issues that you talked about right now, what are the instruments for emancipatory political action that you have used in your work, and that you would also recommend to other organizations and people in struggles?
Oh, thank you very much. Well, let me just clarify. I was chair of Friends of the Earth International from 2008 to 2012. Since then, I've been a bit on the periphery, but I'm still very engaged with Friends of the Earth groups across the world. And I would say that as the largest grassroots network, the work and the approach I recommend to others who are working on social rights and social justice is to ensure that our work is grounded on from below, that we work with grassroots groups, that we don't detect to people, to communities. We work with the realities of those who are being impacted by negative forces, by corporate globalization, and and work together to globalize peoples and connections and campaigns on social justice. And so we recommend that since the multiple crises confronting the world today are not stand alone, they are not in silos, we cannot also carry out our campaigns in silos. We have to work together, be interconnected through solidarity, and invest in understanding other contexts, other situations, so that we don't detect things to others as is the case with many development approaches, where people think that what worked in one context will work in another. No, we have to place our ears on the ground, and then some things that multilateral agencies are not willing to accept, we have to pick up those issues and campaign on them and insist that these are issues of justice. For example, climate refugees are not recognized as refugees globally. They are called climate migrants. Why are they called climate migrants? Because the same persons and forces who are aggravating climate change don't want to be responsible for those who are being displaced by this kind of impact. And so we have to pick up those issues and ask for climate justice, not just counting carbon molecules in the atmosphere, but looking at what is happening to people at both ends of the pipe. Production, productive activities, consumption patterns, we have to put this on the forefront of all that we're doing, otherwise it will be difficult to achieve justice, social justice in what we do.
Yes. Thanks a lot for this. We've been talking now for I think almost 24 hours. We will at the end talk more than 24 hours, in fact, because it was so interesting to talk with all those people so far that it was sometimes hard to cut up the 15 or 20 minutes. So and what came up in various of those discussions was to connect the dots. Now, you already mentioned that you've been focusing on two major issues, like the the environmental issues and the hunger issue, which are like very often also connected. So I think it's very difficult to focus on the one without focusing on the other. But
at the same time, it's a new way to look at social justice to introduce this part of ecology inside. And I think this brings also a new view on these dimensions. Perhaps you can a little bit speak about this. Sorry.
Yes. No, and to also maybe connect other dots to this, like because I mean these are two very big issues. But what do you think? Which other dots should be connected?
Okay. I do see that 24 hours is not enough to talk about the problems of the world today. But this has been a very good effort. I think one critical factor sometimes when we campaign on hunger and campaign on ecological issues is that we forget that the key players in this sector are the workers, the labor forces. The labor movement must be in the center of finding solutions to this problem. Because if we often see that even with regard to the fossil fuel industries contaminating our environment, the workers are equally adversely affected. And so the workers are part of the community, and workers have the brilliant ideas. I mean, for example, the Trade Union Congress is credited with starting the slogan, "No jobs on a dead planet." And that you can say everything, no food on a dead planet, no justice on a dead planet. And so we are all totally connected about this strong. We must work, the grassroots, the farmers, the activists, the labor union must be a very critical part of the struggle for social justice. The same dignity that communities need, the same dignity that the workers need. In terms of control of development processes, the very same issue. And one other thing that I find that has been, in recent times, has been very clear about and really pushes us to think about how we relate globally in the struggle. This has been revealed by the global response to two things: global response to climate change and global response to the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, years of negotiation on climate change have shown that the world, especially the more powerful countries who have a lot of influence on the processes, the powerful countries have influences on the process of climate change negotiation, prefer to avoid action, to postpone action to the future, as if climate change is something that will happen at the turn of the century, whereas it's something that is happening right now. So every crisis we have is very urgent, and they also have historic roots. We can go back to the past to see where they started from. They didn't start today. So we need to change the mentality. It takes a lot of self-education, global re-education, reordering of our imaginaries, through storytelling, through learning about others, and through getting to know what is really the big challenges that people are facing. The pandemic has shown that we have a global problem. But what has been the action, especially with regard to the vaccine? We are seeing a lot of xenophobic nationalism. People are saying, no, this is my territory. I will acquire the vaccines, I will put them in my care, and we'll see a great primitive accumulation rearing its ugly head, even in a situation of a global pandemic. So that tells us that when it comes to action, the world is still very divided and very selfish. And solidarity is the only thing that can bring this to break this kind of barrier. So I see a situation where we need to also look at, historically, some parts of the world have been seen as sacrifice zones. Sacrifice zones. And speaking from Africa, Africa has been a sacrifice zone for extraction, for exploitation, and for domination and destruction. Now, that may look like something profitable to some forces, especially imperial forces. But this has impact for everyone. And unless we begin to address those issues, it becomes still very difficult to chart a way forward to a livable future. And one way to do this, one way to remind the world that we can be held accountable, is to bring about the fifth element in the Rome Statute that sets up the International Criminal Court. And the missing, we talk about war crime, genocide, war against humanity. What about war harms against the planet? What about ecocide? Ecocide to me is a very clear law of crime that would help to bridge the gap between human rights and social justice. Because when people damage the planet, extract resources without accountability, without responsibility, it means they just don't respect the fact that we have a right to live in safety, to live with dignity, and to have be respected in any way at all, to be consulted, and to have a say in what happens to the transformation of the planet and resources.
Thanks a lot. That's so good conclusion. This eco crime, I think we have to work on this as a central concept.
And we also have to work on this world court that will take care of these crimes.
Not just
that we've discussed
on a daily planet.
Yes.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Limo, for your powerful statement and for finding the time to join us this morning.
Well, I wish I was there with you physically, but this is good. That even though we are apart, we are together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we actually go back to Germany, to Boris Kanzleiter. Hallo Boris.
Hallo Eva. Wie geht's nach 24 Stunden Marathon?
Ja, das fühlt sich so ein bisschen an wie so ein Marathon.
Oh ja, kann ich mir vorstellen.
Aber trotzdem, jede Mitteilung ist eine Nahrung.
Genau. Und jeder einzelne Gesprächsteilnehmer war es wert, die 24 Stunden. Boris and we agreed before that we talk in English because I think it's better for the general audience to talk in English. And I'm very happy to have you here, Boris. I would like to also ask you the question that we asked all participants before, to draw from your own experiences, not only at the Rosa-Luxemburg-Stiftung. Boris Kanzleiter is the head of the international department at the Rosa-Luxemburg-Stiftung in Berlin, and but also from other experiences that you have before, the way you approached and worked with social rights so far.
Yeah, thank you so much, Eva, for the invitation. Thank you so much also for producing this really great format. I think it's the first time ever such a happening is taking place, 24 hours talk. It's, in a way, this very ugly times, and the pandemic has also sometimes good sides. And I think one of the good sides is really that we discovered that by social media, by connecting via different formats, we can really bring people together in discussions which were not really possible before. So I think it's really a good idea, and I hope I didn't follow everything because there's also a right to sleep, which I took myself. But I saw some of the interviews, and it was really very interesting guests you had, and congratulations for everything. Social rights, in my opinion, is a key concept for left politics. That is my point starting point for the concept. Thinking about democratic socialism, and that is what our foundation is all about, is thinking also about how could we envision a different form of socialism from the past forms of socialism, from state socialism. So in that context, and it is also connecting us with the historical legacy of Rosa Luxemburg, the concept of democracy, of democratic rights, of the right of every person to participate in a political process, and the idea of social equality, the idea of social justice, which is materialized in social rights, and the connection of these both dimension of rights, democratic rights and social rights. This is a key fundament, in a way, to envisage a different form of socialism, a democratic socialism. And of course, it has to be an international, a global approach, because socialism we will not realize in one country. It is a global movement, and it's a global aspiration for mankind, the emancipation of all human beings from all forms of oppression, independently of their ethnic identity, of their nationhood, their statehood, independently of their gender, of all forms of different identities. This should be the core of our political idea, utopia. Every citizen should enjoy the same rights, democratic and social rights. So for me, the concept is something like a concretization of the big idea, the historic idea of the democratic socialist internationalist society.
Yes, I mean, because I was also part of the discussion that we had within the foundation over the last years on global social rights. One idea was for this format that we came up with was to sort of open up the space for discussion, to include other actors in the discussion, and also to do it in public, because so far we've mostly done it like amongst ourselves, let's say. But maybe you can also reflect a bit about the process that we had, like on the discussion about global social rights within the foundation.
I would like to start with my personal political experience. In the Balkans, I was living for many years in Belgrade, 15 years altogether, between 2000, from the fall of Milosevic until 2016. And I worked there as a journalist, as a historian. And later I actually joined the Rosa-Luxemburg Foundation and built the regional office for the states of the former Yugoslavia, Albania, Bulgaria, and Romania. And that was in 2009 when we started our work in the region, which in that time was still, it's also still today, a post-war and a post-conflict region. With a lot of social, of course, problems, political problems, problems of ethnic nationalism, problems of the dominant, let's say, political forces of the right, of authoritarian right, even pro-fascistic right. And for us, the question was, when starting to work in such a complex and region with so many contradictions, how could we develop a regional program based in Belgrade, but with the aspiration of working together with partners in the whole region? That was very difficult because of the borders, the new borders, and the isolation of societies from each other, and the political discourse, antagonistic political discourses in the different states. Still coming from the war. So what we were doing was looking where social struggle arise, new social struggles in this post-conflict situation, in a situation of also social-economic transition to capitalism, and in which forms social struggles arises in such a context. And we saw it's the feminist movements, of education, the university education. There was a strike movement on labor issues, labor rights. And the thing was, and that was very interesting for us to see, that in all the different states, in Serbia, in Croatia, in Bosnia-Herzegovina, also in Kosovo, in Slovenia, in Bulgaria, in all these countries, there was taking place these struggles simultaneously, practically, but without any connection to each other. So our approach was not to talk about nationalism, not to talk about the war also, but to talk to actors of these social movements, these new arising social movements, and bringing them together for exchanging experiences simply. And that worked out very well. Especially the feminist groups connected. They were always connected, but we contributed, I think, to strengthen also these connections. The students' movements were connecting, and also it was possible to connect workers' movements on the same issues, on the bread and butter issues, let's say. And so this concept, struggling for social rights, independently of ethnicity and nationality, was a concept which was really capable of bringing people together. And that was for me personally the experience, and I was thinking, okay, let's try to expand this concept a little bit for our international work, which we then later tried to do. And I think it's successful because it is a concept which is really a universal concept, offering space for many different articulations of social process, bringing people together. And that is necessary to create international solidarity, which is so urgently needed to tackle the current deepening crisis of the ecology, of the social systems, also of the political problems with the rising authoritarianism and so on.
Can we think, we said anytime this night, can we think that this global pandemic and this yet situation bring us to this kind of post-conflict situation to say we can start a Nullstunde, we say in German, this moment to say we're questioning again every point and not only go in the same way weiter.
Yeah, as we said before, like the restart, like is this
This is a moment of
restart?
Can this be a moment of restart? Also the social rights, the connection, the new dimensions like ecology come to have a bigger statue, a new statue of all these elements.
Yeah. Maybe we need process of Nuremberg for that. I think we can make the 0.0, but we have no. I just to connect this. Somebody said the Rosa movement, and I think it was it came just out like that in the talk, but I liked it very much. The Rosa movement.
I think there is no 0.0 in history. I mean, it never was. History is always developing. But I think in a way, the pandemic is a global event, if you like, a global also zäsur. I don't know the English word, but it's English word for zäsur. Let's say it's cut. It's a global cut. In a way, of course, the experience with the pandemic in the different continents, in different countries are different. It's not the same catastrophe all over. It has different forms, but still, it's a global event, and people globally will think about it in 10 and 20 years, and they will recognize each other, saying, okay, what did you do in that time? Then they will say, okay, I was actually in Geneva, or I was working in Berlin, or I was studying, or I was breaking up with my girlfriend. People will connect their lives to this global event, globally. So in a way, it's a similar thing like a war, a global war, like the Second World War, the global recession of '29, the global maybe student movement of '89, or also the event of '69, or the fall of the wall in '89. It's a global event in a way. People will recognize each other talking about this experience in their life. So I think there is a chance, because the problems arising from the pandemic are different, but there is tendencies. The pandemic is deepening all social contradictions. It's deepening the injustices, the gender injustices, as well as the social injustices. People are out of work, they don't have means to work. Migrant workers lost their existence. Look at India. So the social problematic is deepening with the pandemic, a part of the health catastrophe, which it means, and the collapse of the health systems we witness at the moment. So I think there's a chance for progressive, for emancipatory, for left movements somehow to connect around the issues arising from the pandemic and arising the social conflicts deepening because of the pandemic. And of course also the ecological dimension is important here, because the pandemic and the way it develops, it has to do with nature. It has to do with our attitude towards nature. It has to do, for example, with the form of the industrialist agro-business, how we produce food. So the social problematic, political dimensions, and ecological dimensions come here together. And I think the pandemic could be something like a start, if you like, for also global movement, or for connecting existing movements around the topics which are now deepening, the conflicts which are now deepening.
This is, it's very important, but I come back to this because we heard so much people who will say this was the moment when I tried to survive because of different reasons. Just we don't have the point zero when we still have the system which is at the base of deepening this crisis. So I think that was so clear as a message from everyone, that we have to find ways to deconstruct the system, which is an absurd, and we heard this from John, we heard this from different voices. It's a construction, so it's possible to deconstruct it, and this has to be a collective work. Just yeah.
And what do you think was wrong?
That's a good question. Good question. I mean, I think really what you say is absolutely true. It becomes more obvious than ever that this system doesn't work. It doesn't work for us. It doesn't work for humankind. So we have to overcome it. So that is absolutely clear to more and more people, I think. The question is how, and there's those easy solutions, of course. I think the only solution is for us to strengthen our struggles, because the balance of power depends also on us. So on us as the social movement, as the political organizations of the left, of all sorts of progressive and emancipatory movements. We can change the world. Actually, we succeeded in many cases. Apartheid was overthrown in South Africa. And many other, the left was able to change the world. So I think that's the point. And so we have to strengthen movements and to connect them, because the connection is the important thing for the strengthening of each and particular movement. I think that is very important to develop strategies of connecting the sectorial movements and also connecting movements globally beyond the borders. How to do that? I think we can see movements which are doing that successfully. Let's look at the climate justice movement. which developed in the last couple of years. With really great mobilizations of young people, school students, Fridays for Future, they changed a lot of things. Let's look at the new feminist movement, for example, which was developing in the last couple of years with mobilizations from Argentina to Poland to in Spain, in many, many countries, and it's changing situations. So I think it's possible, but it's absolutely not easy, and there's no easy recipe, because after all, we are in a defensive position. In a defensive position because the right-wing forces, the nationalist forces, the authoritarian forces, the aggressive capitalist forces are gaining with the pandemic political strength at the moment, I think. So it's not an easy moment at all, but there's no alternative to this strategy of connecting the movements.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Boris, for also these powerful statements, and for also this more optimistic outlook, because there were also moments in these 24 hours where we talked about the intellectual crisis that we are having at the moment, or like this fatigue, like this being really tired of the struggles, the continuous struggles and the continuous failures. So thanks a lot for this also very optimistic outlook. And I'm looking forward to continuing the discussion on global social rights in the future. And we will now. We thought we were at the end, but we still have one more speaker that sort of joined us at the last minute. So we are getting back to the studio in Paris for the first time today, and then we'll come back here.
With again this absolutely compliment for your night job, Esteban, Claudia, Jocelyn, all three. You make really a fantastic work.
So thank you, Boris, and
thank you so much for the effort. It's really a great discussion you are having. I wish I could be with you. I was at least by Zoom with you, and I hope you will have the possibility also to sleep later a little bit. Ciao. Bye-bye.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias a todos en el estudio de Ginebra. Estamos llegando entonces al final de nuestro recorrido de 24 horas alrededor del mundo en conversaciones con líderes, lideresas sociales, miembros de organizaciones, de sindicatos, etcétera, sobre sus luchas por los derechos sociales en el mundo entero. Ya llegamos entonces a casi 24 horas de transmisión en directo y sin parar. Y por supuesto, qué mejor manera de terminar entonces este recorrido que dándole la bienvenida a una invitada muy especial que nos complace mucho tenerla con nosotros. Se trata de la senadora Aida Abella, la senadora colombiana Aida Abella. Creo que ya nos encanta poder tenerte con nosotros, Aida, en esta conversación. Como estábamos contando, ya estamos llegando al final y pues vamos a cerrar un poco entonces con broche de oro con tu participación. Te agradecemos mucho por estar con nosotros. Sabemos que es muy temprano en Colombia, entonces realmente agradecemos mucho tu esfuerzo por estar con nosotros y por acompañarnos esta mañana.
Muchísimas gracias, muy amables por permitirnos hablar de los derechos pues, sociales, culturales y que tenemos nosotros consagrados en la Constitución Nacional. Nosotros hemos desarrollado toda una labor antes de la Asamblea Nacional Constituyente, en la Asamblea Nacional Constituyente y luego de esto. Fuimos partícipes de los delegatarios para la Constitución. Estamos celebrando los 30 años y efectivamente hubo 4 mujeres en medio de 70 constituyentes. Hace 30 años estábamos el 5.2% de las mujeres ayudando a hacer la Constitución. 2 de ellas ya nos abandonaron, ya no están en este mundo, pero quedamos 2. ¿Y qué hicimos en esa asamblea? 2 mujeres, las 4 participamos en la comisión primera, en la comisión del preámbulo, de los derechos, pero fundamentalmente también estuvo sobre nuestros hombros los derechos de las mujeres, de los niños y de la familia. Fue toda una labor impresionante, porque si hay algo de pluralismo político, si podemos hablar eso en Colombia, que es muy difícil, fue en la Asamblea Nacional Constituyente. Estuvieron por primera vez las mujeres haciendo una constitución, por primera vez los indígenas, por primera vez los cristianos. Y esto realmente repercutió en que tuviéramos una serie de cuestiones, especialmente lo que se refiere al ambiente, que marcó una pauta dentro de la Asamblea Nacional Constituyente. Anteriormente habíamos estado comprometidos con todo el movimiento sindical. Tuvimos en la dirección de los sindicatos, de las federaciones de trabajadores del Estado, me correspondió dirigirla por algunos años. Y esta nos dio también la posibilidad de dejar algunos de los derechos fundamentales, algunos de los derechos que hoy, pues en Colombia, un país que se ha caracterizado por violar los derechos humanos, nos corresponde entonces ejercer la labor que se respete el artículo 1 de la Constitución. En esa celebración de los 30 años, hemos visto cómo Colombia, a pesar de tener una Carta de los Derechos Humanos y de los derechos sociales, culturales, políticos, ambientales, creo que fuimos pioneros, además, en dejar los derechos ambientales. Pero en Colombia no se cumple ni siquiera el artículo 1 de la Constitución, que señala en su primer renglón: Colombia es un Estado social de derecho, organizado en forma de república, unitaria, descentralizada, con autonomía de sus entidades territoriales, democrática, participativa y pluralista, fundada en el respeto de la dignidad humana, del trabajo y la solidaridad de las personas que la integran, en la prevalencia del interés general. Como ustedes ven, en Colombia hay algo que nos preocupa y que siempre lo hemos querido en nuestras luchas, es el derecho a la vida. Porque si no hay vida, no hay ningún otro derecho. Si a la gente no se le permite vivir, si a la gente se le violenta el derecho a la vida, está consagrado además en el artículo 11 de la Constitución, que dice: el derecho a la vida es inviolable, no habrá pena de muerte. Es el artículo 11 de nuestra Constitución. Sin embargo, aquí siguen matando a la gente. Hemos sido víctimas de genocidios políticos, el de la Unión Patriótica, partido que ahora presido como sobreviviente después de 18 años casi de estar en el exilio en Europa. Regresamos, volvimos al Parlamento. Pero ¿qué pasa en este país? Si no se respeta el derecho a la vida, si no se respeta el derecho que tenemos a pensar, es muy difícil que se respeten los otros derechos, especialmente lo que tiene que ver, por ejemplo, con algo que tiene que ver con la vida, el derecho al agua. Nos han negado varias veces la posibilidad de los derechos del agua en el Parlamento. Sin embargo, seguimos insistiendo, porque Colombia es de los países que más recursos hídricos tiene en el planeta. Somos el país de los páramos, el país de las zonas frías, el país también de las zonas medias, el país de las zonas calientes. Tendríamos todos, absolutamente todos los productos que necesita un ser humano para vivir. Pero aquí la ofensiva es la minería que quiere acabar nuestros páramos, nuestros ríos los contamina, nuestras ciénagas las acaba, nuestro mar está realmente también contaminado. Tenemos expresiones durísimas, por eso la necesidad de la protección de los derechos sociales no se puede dejar solo. Entonces, a construcciones teóricas o puramente jurídicas, y es necesario entrar a ver las reales implicaciones del moderno Estado de Derecho, teniendo en cuenta que tal como acertadamente se afirma la real vigencia de los derechos humanos como derechos individuales, económicos, sociales y culturales, solo puede pensarse en un Estado democrático en el que confluyan dos ideales: el respeto a las libertades civiles y a las políticas de los individuos, y también una segunda, a la defensa de una idea de ciudadanía sustentada en la pretensión de disminuir y atenuar las desigualdades económicas y sociales. Como ustedes deben entender, Colombia es el segundo país más desigual de América Latina. Tenemos índices espantosos y terribles. Por ejemplo, tenemos un índice de desigualdad que en cualquier país del mundo simplemente causaría desazón. Tenemos el 0.4% de la población es dueña del 46.6% de la tierra en Colombia. Y esto lo han hecho con violencia, lo han hecho con desplazamiento, lo han hecho quitándole la tierra a los campesinos por medio de las masacres, de las muertes selectivas, de sus líderes, pero también de las personas corrientes que en un momento dado tenían una pequeña posesión de tierra. Pero tenemos otro índice gravísimo. El 70% de la tierra en Colombia no tiene legalización. Es decir, que quienes se apropian de 25.000 hectáreas, 15.000, 10.000, 5.000, 10.000 hectáreas no tienen legalización sobre esas tierras, pero sin embargo dicen que esa tierra les pertenece. Y si alguien la llega a reclamar, para eso está la bala, para eso está la violencia. En Colombia llevamos 2 siglos y un poco más de guerras declaradas y no declaradas. Nuestro trajinar en este momento es también la defensa a la vida. Llevamos en este momento 245 líderes desmovilizados de la guerrilla de las FARC asesinados desde el momento de la paz. Tenemos este año nomás, tenemos decenas de líderes asesinados, líderes de sus comunidades campesinas, pero también empiezan a presentarse otra vez los crímenes de los dirigentes de los sindicatos. Tenemos amenazas por todo el país. Tenemos una situación delicadísima que requiere la solidaridad internacional, porque este gobierno se presenta como democrático, pero acaban además de hacer algo complicadísimo contra los derechos de los ciudadanos, que se pueden llamar también, en últimas, algunos de los derechos sociales, y es que el gobierno esta semana acaba de firmar un decreto donde se permite el uso del glifosato para combatir la hoja de coca. Y con ese glifosato han desterrado, por ejemplo, alimentos como el chontaduro, que es como una pequeña almendra, la cual se alimentaba toda la población negra y la población que no es negra de la costa pacífica. Ese era uno de los elementos vitales para la alimentación. Ha desaparecido en anteriores etapas de la vida nacional, en la guerra contra las drogas. Y contra las drogas es luchar contra el campesino que muchas veces obligadamente tiene que hacer uso de su tierra para sembrar la coca, porque hay presencia de grupos irregulares. Es un problema muy complejo en la situación de Colombia, pero los que defendemos la vida no podemos estar de acuerdo con el envenenamiento de las tierras, con envenenar los ríos, con aventar contra la vida de los colombianos, porque las aspersiones se hacen en avionetas, se hacen indiscriminadamente, se hacen para borrar, dicen, de determinadas zonas del país. Pues esto es la hoja de coca. La hoja de coca, en últimas, es un alimento de los ciudadanos. Son hojas que tradicionalmente nuestros indígenas usaron para el cansancio, para combatir la fatiga y para combatir determinadas enfermedades. La han vuelto los traficantes. Una hoja que hay que tenerle mucho cuidado para porque se fabrica la cocaína. Ese no es el problema de los campesinos. Ese es el problema precisamente de políticas cerradas. Y en este momento lo que se está mirando en el Parlamento colombiano también es otra forma de combatirlos. No puede ser un combate militar, no puede ser un combate contra la economía de bancoger de los colombianos, sobre todo de los campesinos de la Colombia profunda. En este momento la lucha sigue siendo por el derecho a la vida, la lucha sigue siendo por un Estado social de derecho, la lucha sigue siendo por combatir eso que hemos denominado aquí las violencias recicladas. Estamos con la paz, pero es muy difícil en un país donde un presidente realmente, además su partido prometió que haría trizas los acuerdos de paz que firmó hace muy pocos años el gobierno del presidente Santos, con todos sus defectos. Nosotros preferimos una paz imperfecta a una guerra eterna. Por eso aquí tenemos una gran encrucijada en el respeto de los derechos, en el respeto de los derechos fundamentales y por ende de los derechos políticos, de los derechos sociales y de los derechos culturales. No sé si ustedes tienen alguna pregunta para yo poderles contestar.
Sí, muchísimas gracias de verdad, porque estas palabras yo creo que son importantísimas. Es importantísimo que personas en todo el mundo que han estado siguiendo nuestras conversaciones pues puedan de este testimonio conocer realmente todos los componentes de la crisis por las que atraviesan los movimientos sociales en Colombia, las organizaciones de la sociedad civil. Ayer conversábamos también con la senadora Victoria Sandino. Ella nos señalaba exactamente la misma urgencia. Ella nos decía, desde que no podamos parar con el asesinato sistemático de líderes sociales, desde que no podamos asegurarnos de que los acuerdos de paz van a ser respetados, pues va a ser muy difícil hablar, digamos, de asegurar otros derechos sociales, ¿cierto? Como lo mencionaba usted ahorita en este testimonio, al principio de todo está el derecho a la vida, y si ese derecho a la vida no está asegurado, pues ninguno de nosotros podrá estarlo. Y yo la pregunta que tenía, y que también lo conversábamos ayer con los compañeros del Movimiento Sin Tierra de Brasil, con la senadora Sandino, y es, digamos, ante esta situación tan complicada en países como el Brasil, como Colombia, en la que los defensores de derechos humanos, de derechos sociales, son perseguidos por el Estado, son perseguidos por los grandes latifundios, por los grupos paramilitares. ¿Cuál podría ser el papel de la solidaridad internacional, de organizaciones que están en el mundo entero? En estas 24 horas hemos tenido organizaciones, sindicatos de África, del Medio Oriente, de la India, de Asia Pacífico, de varios países de América Latina. ¿De qué manera podrían todas estas redes, podría la solidaridad internacional justamente a intervenir en una situación como la que se presenta en Colombia, como la que denunciaban también los compañeros del Movimiento Sin Tierra en el Brasil, de manera que podamos asegurar que ese obstáculo, que es sin duda el más grande de todos para la persecución de futuros diferentes, de futuros mejores, pueda ser salvado? Era esa un poquito la...
Es fundamental. Para nosotros la solidaridad internacional ha repercutido en que no sea más grave. Es grave, gravísima la situación en Colombia. Pero si no existiera la solidaridad internacional, estaríamos peor. Y les digo simplemente una cosa. Cada vez que una noticia repercute en el exterior, inmediatamente rebota sobre la actualidad nacional. Cada manifestación que se haga, o en Londres, o en Suiza, que se haga en el Reino Unido, que estén saliendo la gente de la Argentina, que salgan de Chile a solidarizarse con los de Colombia, e incluso manifestaciones en Australia, en respaldo a los derechos humanos en Colombia, es una solidaridad muy efectiva. Pero segundo, también la transmisión, porque a veces se esconde. Este gobierno autoritario, porque en últimas ha tomado los controles, incluso de todos los organismos que tienen que juzgar, que tienen que defender a los ciudadanos. Entonces, hoy en día la Defensoría del Pueblo es un hombre del gobierno. Quien dirige los derechos humanos es la ministra del Interior. es decir, que son oficinas borradas. No tienen ese objetivo de defender a los ciudadanos, de defender los derechos humanos. Pero además tenemos cosas gravísimas. La Contraloría General de la Nación, la Procuraduría General de la Nación, en manos de otra exministra del gobierno de Duque. Es decir, hay una cooptación del Ejecutivo hacia los órganos de control. Y esto tiene que ver muchísimo con el autoritarismo que se puede imponer en Colombia. Y gracias a la solidaridad internacional, y gracias a estos programas, y gracias también a que en últimas hay una serie de organizaciones internacionales defensoras de los derechos humanos, defensoras de los derechos ambientales, defensoras de los derechos de toda índole, nos ayudan mucho. Pero también hay organizaciones internacionales que tienen su sede en Colombia. Amnistía Internacional le tocó irse hasta cierto punto, trabajarse en oficina, que sus propias oficinas también eran amenazadas. Tenemos a Greenpeace, por ejemplo, también, que nos ayuda muchísimo a la defensa del agua, a la defensa de nuestros páramos. Y a veces les toca trabajar de bajo nivel, casi subrepticiamente, para poder defender estos derechos, pero su presencia en el país es tremendamente buena. Tenemos visitas permanentes de congresos. Invitamos a todas las organizaciones que nos están escuchando. Si por favor pueden venir, por ejemplo, organizaciones combinadas. Últimamente la que nos visitó fue la de España, la de Asturias. Estuvieron parlamentarios, dirigentes sindicales, dirigentes sociales españoles, que fueron con todo y pandemia a diferentes partes del país, guardando, por supuesto, todas las medidas de protección. Ellos estuvieron aquí. Y cada vez que llega una organización internacional, un grupo parlamentario de dirigentes sociales, de defensores de derechos humanos, de alguna parte del mundo, la situación tiende a calmarse. Luego, cuando se van, vuelve y recrudece. Pero también necesitamos, por ejemplo, acciones como las que hacen en España, donde nos tienen 6 meses, 4 meses, 5 meses a personas muy amenazadas, que nos ha salvado la vida de gente del Chocó, de gente de la Colombia profunda, de gente de la selva, de indígenas. Nos ha tocado sacar, porque no basta con que se vengan del Cauca para Bogotá, sino que hay que sacarlos muchas veces de Colombia para poder salvar sus vidas. Y lamentablemente, no queríamos repetir todas estas cuestiones del exilio, pero nos toca abrir el exilio nuevamente ante la persecución terrible de un Estado que, por supuesto, cuando se produce un genocidio como el que se está produciendo en Colombia, contra los líderes sociales, por favor, contra los que defienden la tierra, contra los que están en la sustitución de cultivos ilícitos, contra las personas que en este momento están defendiendo los derechos humanos, se comete un genocidio en este momento. Entonces, necesitamos toda la solidaridad internacional, no solamente en las movilizaciones hacia las embajadas colombianas en todo el mundo, sino también en la movilización hacia los organismos internacionales. Hablo del Consejo de Derechos Humanos de la ONU, hablo de la Comisión Interamericana de Derechos Humanos de la OEA, hablo de la Corte Penal Internacional, porque aquí hay crímenes de Estado. Aquí hay crímenes todavía que se cometen con elementos, porque ¿quién hace la inteligencia? Los líderes sociales en este momento tienen que ser el Estado. Nadie tiene la infraestructura para estar haciendo los seguimientos a la gente, los estudios de seguridad. En última, son los estudios de la barbaridad, los estudios para matar a la gente, para saber dónde viven, con quién viven, a qué hora salen, a qué hora regresan, cuándo es el mejor momento para disparar. Yo creo que Colombia atraviesa otra de las zonas oscuras, muy difíciles. Les pedimos a todos, por favor, su solidaridad, no solamente frente a las embajadas de Colombia en el mundo, sino también todo su trabajo de organismos, de defensores de derechos humanos, precisamente en los tribunales y en los organismos internacionales de la ONU, pero también a nivel continental de la OEA, que ha sido una de las cosas que nos han salvado que los problemas se agudicen en Colombia. De ustedes depende, en buena parte, que podamos detener el genocidio que actualmente se realiza contra los líderes sociales en Colombia.
Es un mensaje muy, muy claro. Muchísimas gracias, senadora. Yo creo que para las personas que nos están escuchando realmente es un mensaje muy claro, muy importante. Creo que mi compañera Claudia quería también.
Sí, que vean poder conversar con ustedes, un gran placer. Yo para terminar, simplemente quería preguntar un poco la otra cara de la moneda de esta solidaridad internacional justamente, y es que a partir de sus enseñanzas, a partir de sus aprendizajes, en el seno de la Unión Patriótica, ¿qué podría usted recomendar a otras asociaciones, a otras alianzas o organizaciones, ¿no? Para sus propias luchas políticas y emancipatorias?
Bueno, nosotros hicimos muchísimas cosas. Muchos de nuestros militantes nunca quisieron salir del país. Se trasladaban de un sitio a otro, el desplazamiento interno. Pero además, mucha de nuestra gente sobrevivió haciendo cosas que nunca hubiéramos pensado hacer, como vivir en el anonimato completo, como cambiarse de nombre para poder vivir, como no poder salir por años de sus sitios de reubicación, como casi desaparecer del planeta para poder sobrevivir. Luego, cuando vinieron épocas distintas, un poco diferentes, no debo decir que el gobierno pasado fue un gobierno sin tacha, no, tuvo muchísimas tachas, pero por lo menos hicieron todo el proceso de paz. ¿Qué otras cosas hicimos para sobrevivir, salir del país? Miles de colombianos están regados por todo el mundo. La diáspora colombiana está desde Australia hasta América del Norte, en Canadá. Anoche hablábamos con gente incluso del Canadá, las tenemos en la Patagonia. Colombia dejó retazos de la patria por todas partes. Esos retazos de la patria, ahora, frente a la inmensa persecución que hay en estos momentos, porque se reeditan las violencias, se reciclan las violencias en Colombia. Este es un Estado que no puede vivir sin violencia, porque la violencia en Colombia ha estado unida al poder. Y está unida al poder para que quienes tienen esos privilegios, que son 54 clanes en el país, demostrado en un libro que sacó recientemente León Valencia, una de las personas que se ha dedicado al estudio de la política colombiana, pero también sobrevivimos gracias a la solidaridad internacional. Sin ustedes, sin la colaboración de tantos países, de tantos gobiernos, porque además nos abrieron sus puertas en los diferentes países para poder vivir y para poder regresar. Nosotros tuvimos una máxima en el exilio: vivimos para volver, y volvimos para estar no solamente en la política colombiana, no solamente en la defensa de los derechos humanos, de los derechos fundamentales, sino vivir para defender una constitución que sigue siendo, este libro de la Constitución Nacional, sigue siendo para las bibliotecas, para los anaqueles, para demostrar internacionalmente que tenemos una Carta de Derechos Humanos, políticos, sociales, ambientales, culturales. Tenemos una de las mejores cartas de América Latina, pero que este libro no se cumple. Muchísimas gracias a ustedes por darnos esta oportunidad. Un saludo caluroso y fraterno para todos los que nos están escuchando en el mundo entero.
Muchísimas gracias. Un placer.
De verdad, muchísimas gracias, y esperamos poder que no sea la última vez que nos veamos, sino que justamente se creen haciendo estas redes de solidaridad para ser eficaces entonces todas nuestras luchas, todas nuestras reivindicaciones. Muchas gracias, senador.
Cada vez que necesiten, estamos en disposición. No importa que sea muy temprano y no importa que sea muy de noche. Muchísimas gracias.
Bon, on va passer directement peut-être à la conclusion. Je propose donc que nous fassions tous les 6 à tour de rôle un petit retour. Je sais que c'est très difficile. Pour ma part, j'avais commencé à écrire que la conclusion n'était pas possible et qu'il fallait surtout continuer, mais je vais surtout passer la parole à Eva.
Okay, yeah, so I have the honor to start finishing this tour around the world, this 24-hour marathon, as it was called by several speakers before. And I would like to start my concluding especially also Esteban and Claudia and Paris, because yeah, you run the show, and also our other moderators, which are not in the room with us right now anymore, but Mariana, Alana, and Martin, who ran the show during our nighttime and who did a very, very good job as well. So first of all, yeah, thanks to all of you. It was a great experience. I just before said, when Rudi came up with this idea 2 months ago, I was a bit in shock because I thought, oh, how are we going to organize all of this in 2 months' time? And it wouldn't have been possible without Esteban, for example. But I think it worked out great. I'm very happy that we managed to talk to everyone. There were just very few technological issues. I'm very amazed how it went, and also very amazed by the diversity of the people that we talked to, but then again by the similarity of the conclusions that they all came to, or the similarity of their analysis of the situation. And before, or very often in our work in the foundation, we are dealing with all these issues that we talked about within the last 24 hours separately. So we talk about climate justice, and then we deal with the climate crisis, and we talk about free movement, and then we deal with the issue of migration, and so on. I could just continue this list, and I think that's what we have to overcome somehow in the future. So that is my big conclusion of this night. That as many people said, we have to connect the dots even more than we are doing it already now, because the conclusion, or like the method, or the instrument, or how we can become louder and also change things was always that we have to unify, that we have to work together, that we have to form movements, but not only, and there are already very interesting movements around, but the big issue that is ahead of us is to connect all of these movements together, because only then we will really have, and hopefully very soon reach a momentum that really is powerful enough to change. Because the analysis was very clear, and it's very obvious what the problems are, and it is not obvious that we are still remaining in the system as it is right now, because all of the speakers explained very well that it's, and as was also said a couple of minutes ago, it's harming humankind. And that's what I found really interesting about this 24-hour move around the world. And and I already said, while we were talking to all these people that we've been talking to, in my mind there came up many other people that I should have discussed this discussion with as well, and that I should have remembered earlier to invite, and that I would still like to talk to in this kind of format. So what I also want to say that for me, and I'm sure also for the foundation, because many people referred very positively also to this format, this is only a starting point for sure. I mean, we have loads of hours of material now that we also can do a lot of things with, like great interviews. I really enjoyed every single of the interviews very much. And so we will for sure try to find ways to use with all of this material, and not to just I don't know. Also because many people were not able to listen 24 hours, so we will for sure come up with ideas on what to do with this. But we should also immediately after this, and maybe after catching some sleep, start about thinking how to continue this process. Because I think it's just the starting point of the process. So thanks a lot from my side. It was great to do this with you, and it feels like although wants to be next?
Thank you very much. Maybe we give over to Paris to make a little bit forth and back, and just to say what the general gesture what we have lived today and what we have lived with you too is generosity and confidence. And I think this is a very important aspect which open doors and windows. And I would give over to maybe Esteban and Claudia to say some words about this experience and how you showed us that it was possible and it was very good. And I learned a lot thanks to you also, Esteban and Claudia.
En español, en French. En español, nada, yo solo agradecer de poder hacer parte de un gran proyecto como ha sido este, un proyecto internacional, muy intenso, un maratón, pero increíblemente interesante, y a mí lo que me llena es tener la posibilidad de conversar con tanta gente, tener tantos testimonios finalmente de tantos lugares, contextualizan finalmente y que dan cuerpo a reflexiones tan importantes como los derechos de los internacionales. Hemos hecho una vuelta al mundo en 24 horas y hemos estado encantados con esto. Realizarlo.
And I will just also add something to whatever just said. I also think this is a starting point. I think we have like a lot of work to do in the next weeks, in the next months, not only with the material, but I think that we also started something that has a very powerful potential. And it is this work, this network, or something like a network that starts being constituted among all the participants, the organizations, the speakers that have been participating during these 24 hours. So I think that one of the big defies now is to try to keep contact and to try not to start actually building a network in which we can reach concrete objectives. As Seva said, we identified the problematics. There are like similar problematics in all the different contexts that we have been talking about in these 24 hours. There are also particularities in each of these contexts, but I guess we have already like a first clue or a first orientation that will permit us to continue to work together, as we said from the beginning, for the greater success of our common struggles.
Thank you, Esteban. So, yeah, we take up the ball again.
Yeah. Maybe, so I take it. Because what I also impressed me is that we have also a transgenerational exchange. And this was, I think it's very important that those who live in this world of tomorrow takes the word and takes the power, and that we maybe can help and add, but that it's really an act of empowerment. And I think I learned a lot, and I think this is very important. And of the little learnings for me is again that we are not in the moment of absence of rights. We are in the moment of accumulation of rights or misuse of rights, and that means we have maybe a lot of instruments which we can reappropriate, transform, and use existing formats and reuse them, rethinking and reflecting them. And I think this is, we spoke about point zero, but maybe we have also forces we can use. And resources we can use. And all this engagement of everyone we heard, I think it's a very strong power. Today we discussed, since we are working in the field also of visuals, it would be interesting if we are all in this collective maybe starts to bring pictures behind our words. So maybe all these people we have spoken of, I think we have images of being them in the streets, being them active. And for me, that could be one action to make strong how many people are behind this. It's not a minority. We have concerning informal work, if we discussed if these words are still adequate, if we have to rethink the word work and the logic of contribution to society. And there we had this discussion, what is contribution, not in a capitalist logic, but in just being part of our world. Existing is already a contribution, and it's already brings human value. And I think these are elements we can take, and I like very much this word which Jean Ziegler quoted Pablo Neruda of the you can cut all the flowers, but you cannot keep spring from coming. And I think this is a very strong element. And I coming back to this Rosa movement, where Rosa is inside, but it's also a color, and it's also something which could be a format we can give us with all the intersectionality in this. This is, I quote Angela Davis, that we have to think in this intersectionality of struggles, to renew the struggles, all the diversity, and then we are not a minority, we are a majority, and we can change things. Thanks for all the voices we have heard.
Un mot pour continuer un peu en français. Déjà, juste pour continuer sur les remerciements, je pense qu'il faut qu'on remercie aussi Jocelyn, Frédéric et Loyola, donc à la technique et à la communication, parce qu'ils sont moins visibles, mais ils étaient là aussi tout au long des 24 heures.
Visible et efficace.
Et efficace, moins visible et efficace. Plus efficace, je sais pas, mais voilà. Donc du coup, sur toutes ces 24 heures, c'est bien sûr difficile de faire une conclusion là maintenant, et je ne sais pas si on y arrivera même un jour, les choses sont en mouvement. Je pense que la solidarité internationale, l'articulation entre les luttes localement et la dynamique globale était au cœur de toutes les interventions, et c'est essentiel, c'est ce qu'on a voulu, et dans la forme et dans le fond. Donc j'espère que de tout ça, effectivement, c'est un début et qu'on continuera dans cette dynamique-là. J'espère que les 24 heures nous ont donné l'énergie de passer, comme Boris l'a dit, d'une position défensive qu'on peut avoir aujourd'hui à une position offensive, d'apprendre des succès des uns et des autres, de nos succès collectifs, et de renforcer nos mouvements et de les connecter globalement, de les mettre en lien. Je voudrais reprendre juste les mots du premier intervenant qui nous a décrit comme une incredible rainbow coalition, donc une incroyable coalition arc-en-ciel. Je trouvais ça très beau. Et de finir peut-être avec les mots de Jean Ziegler sur l'insurrection des consciences. Et j'espère que ces 24 heures ont... Je l'ai bien fait par la première. Ces 24 heures apportent, voilà, sont dans cette dynamique-là.
So I will also speak in English, so I can change in English, so it's not Now, what I will say, this is the second night of we organize of this 24 hours, but it's absolutely not appropriate. This is something was public, and I think if we will do what we will do, we don't have to say this is our
element. I hope in the next month come thousands other nights of conferences like this. And I propose each of you organizes in a local way, in a national way, in a continental way, in a global way. We have to go over to say we are in the same boat. That's one part. The second part connected on this insurrection des consciences or power of shame. And here I come a little bit as designer, is we need pictures also. We need pictures of this power of shame. We need pictures who explain this connection in between elements. We explain what happened at this place because of the other place. We need intelligibility in the future. Now, because of exception of this crisis, because of this situation, we need to connect it also with information, not only speak information, but also information in the sense of information design. So I finish with design, and I will thank again the students of the head who try in a very I can say in a sensitive and also modest way to express in a visual way what some of these topics are. But I think we are in a society of visuality, and we are also to stress the visuality. Thanks.
And also thanks to the visitors, to everyone that was part of this night, and hope to see you all again very soon.
It's finished.
Thank you very much to everyone. We're gonna leave the factory.
Why? It's not time to sleep.
Fine, no, it's fine.
Can you remind me?
Thank you.
Oh.
Super. Ich hatte noch eine